Yo, what's going on, yo? Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Gonna give it a few minutes to let people join up. Yo, what's going on, yo? I'm gonna get started. Whoever comes in late, they could just rewind. I don't have too much time. A little late. Sheesh, look at J&J. So if anybody took J&J, that's coming into our next target zone from the original write-up. So original entry was up here. If you took the swings with time, you've been chilling, just sitting on them. I myself, keeping it a book, which I got rid of most right here. They paid really well. Thesis was reshort into this pop, which I honestly didn't do, but if you did that, congrats, you're getting paid really well here. If you reshorted yesterday, paid really well, but again, the original write-up was short, take profits, reshort this, which I didn't do myself. I reshorted other names, cool. But yeah, J&J working out really well, delivering that downside target here, just about met. If you really want to hold down in case we go down into here, sure, I guess that's possible. But I myself, assuming I was in the trade, let's say you caught this whole leg down, this is an area where you take profits. If you want to leave a few contracts, one runner or something like that, that's cool, but you should be taking some off. Assuming you're in that trade. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, 25 minutes. All right, I'm gonna cover what we do have real quick, and then I'll go off to other stuff. So 3-hour out in Berkshire, we currently have this support, which is the previous day low. Assuming, we stay above that level, which is like let's say 484 for now. Above 484, I would not be short, which we are. This is a possibility at open, right? So if you're still green, didn't take anything off yesterday, or whatever the case may be, unless we manage to get below that 484 level and go for these wicks or maybe even lower, I'd be careful for this potential scenario to retest previous day high, and then obviously if we go over previous day high, you're back at all-time high before you know it. Not saying that'll happen, just letting you guys know so you're aware of levels. Again, if we're below 484 on the day, as someone who is short, that's great. But if that does not happen, be mindful. We can go back to previous day high. We were trading just there just yesterday, and we were trading here Monday. So we're right around the middle. If I had to set, is this from high to low? I think it is. No, it's not. Hold on. Let me hide this one. Yeah, so you see we're literally trading right around the 0.5, which is your midpoint. So midpoint, you have upside pressure, you have downside pressure. We're literally right at the middle of the move. So I'm sitting on some of the trades I have. If I do see we look like we're gonna break to the upside, I'll consider taking them off. But for now, the plan is probably just to sit on those. I don't think I'm taking any new trades, to be honest with you guys. I'm gonna wait at the open, see what happens. The one name I do like for potential add is maybe gold. Other than that, I'm not doing too much. So why does it look like this? Alright, so original breakdown. This is getting so messy. Tie drawings. Original thesis and breakdown for gold was potential head and shoulders here, which I guess you can't see on the 3-hour or 45 minute. So not the best, but this was a potential head and shoulders. This was your neckline here, which we triggered below on this drive, right? So first things first, let's do this. Cool. All right, so first things first, you have your neckline, right? Some type of mini head and shoulders, not really, but somewhat. First things first, you had your breakdown, right, from that neckline, which was this drive here. Then what you got to do as proper price action, retest the area you broke down from, which was a clear rejection, before going lower. That's exactly what we did, right? New neckline, break down. What are we doing here? Same thing we did here. Retest the neckline you just broke down from. Now at this point, what are we gonna get? Break back down and put in new lows like we did on this leg here, which is what I'm assuming, which is why I potentially short gold, assuming this gets rejected and respected as resistance, we move lower. That's a potential trade for a re-short, re-entry. And if you shorted here yesterday and you're crying that, oh fuck, I'm down. Okay, bro, you're getting squeezed a tiny bit, you can add to the trade. If it breaks out above these levels, you get out for a small loss. It's not a big deal. You hold on to it and you know, we do get the breakout, that's a different story. That's how you manage that right now. I'm planning to add gold myself into these levels, assuming we reject. Well, not assuming. If we reject, that's what I'm gonna do. But again, it's proper price action. We're literally just retesting levels that we were at 2 days ago. So that's what I want to see. Let's see what develops. But yeah, anything higher on gold is going to invalidate those short-term sells. Even the swings, I would just take them off before they go red. Again, if you put them on yesterday, you're probably red. If you put them on before then, you might still be green depending on where you got in at. But we're right at that level. Whoops, gotta hide that. We're right at these levels, right? So if this gets rejected, potential sells. If we break out above this level, I would refrain from shorting anything across the market. I'm pretty sure you know the answer to that, bro. Answer that for yourself. What do you think I would do? Because I know you know the answer. Put it in the chat if you know it, which I'm sure you do, bro. T-Mobile, I still want to see breakdown. We're looking okay on the 3 hour, but I'm gonna put a range on this. If we break out above the upside, I'm gonna take it off. So playing within this range on T-Mobile, anything above exit the sells, and then on the downside, a little bit of a confirmation if we do break down. But again, everything is holding and coming into support levels, so I'd be very careful what you guys are sitting on. If you were risk free from yesterday, it's not a big deal, but if you're still coming into today with risk, be mindful of a potential pop at open. Alright, so bro didn't answer the question, but I'm sure he knows the answer. So if you got in on lower strikes and now the price is currently trading away from you, you're not gonna buy those same shitty, like, not shitty because they're still decent trades, but you're not gonna buy the same strikes that are, you know, now way out the money. What do I mean by that? If you were trading gold yesterday, trying to short these levels, which again, the trade paid. If you're forcing sells down here, I don't know what to tell you. The trade was up here, it paid. Some people that had sold gold when we were breaking down into these levels, they shorted up here, sell for a small ass win, and then after we get into these lows, you're like, oh, let me reshort gold. It's like, nah, bro, like that's not how you trade. But whatever. Long story short, if you shorted yesterday at 277, 278 for your strike, you're not buying those back again. Why not short at 280 today? That's what I consider doing. I'm not loading back up on 277s. I'm rolling up the 280s. I think you mean to say any shorts, William. And I'm telling you, the thesis is a break below 3K. It's been the same exact write-up. Not one thing has changed. I don't know why you guys are making gold so complicated. Point of control is 30.37, currently above it. We flip back below point of control, you can short. And then under 3K is your sales confirmation, but the point of control is here. These are the same exact levels we've had the entire week. You guys have had these levels. Same levels on gold, same levels on XAU, depends what you're trading. But the levels haven't changed, so coming into GP. You guys, I don't know why this is such a complicated trade. I haven't changed one thing on these charts. Same exact thing you guys have in the chat. So currently fill this wick above point of control. Thesis again. Get below point of control. We can sell. Same targets. Just a retest, like I said, of levels we broke down from. But let's see. And you guys are welcome to do whatever you please. If you want to take longs on gold, you want to take longs on SPY, you want to take anything, go ahead. You know, I share my trades and my views on the market. You guys are not forced to do anything. You guys, you know, Ronan Goats, I can do whatever you guys want. Today is not the day to start shorts if you have not shorted at all. If you've been shorting the past 2 weeks, if you take a L on one loss, take a L on one short, it's not a big deal. But if you've literally haven't made one single dollar to the downside and you want to start shorting here, I don't know what to tell you. I'm okay with reloading and taking sells because I've been doing it the entire way down, where if I'm wrong here, it's not a big deal. But this is probably I don't want to say the most bullish we've looked, because I wouldn't say this looks bullish, but we are not forming support yet, but we are retesting important levels that can potentially give us a small bounce. We already saw that on names like AVGO and Nvidia. Semis already bounced quite a bit off the lows. Names like Apple haven't quite done so yet. So just be mindful if we do get the bounce. Names that are that have finished their moves to the downside. Meta's already up a tiny bit, but I think something like Apple that's still at the lows and completed the entire move to the downside has potential on a break to the upside. But again, that's assuming obviously we don't roll over, which let's see what SPY is doing. All right, so yeah, SPY is holding the floor. As long as we're above 487 on SPY, I'd probably refrain from shorting too aggressively. It might be hard to get above 500, but for now, I just relax and not try to force anything. This happened all within 45 minutes. The low was under 487. The high was 497, let's say. So that's about a $10 range in 45 minutes. Let's see if it happened within less time. Now in about 45 minutes that move happened. So just be mindful if you're taking any positions today. Keep it tight and be pretty aggressive, because within 45 minutes Monday it happened even faster. But today's price action within 45 minutes when we moved 10 points. So just be mindful that if you sit on anything for too long, for let's say in this scenario 45 minutes, you would have been squeezed $10. So don't think you can just put on a trade and come back 3 hours later and be fine. You're gonna have to manage everything pretty tight today on both sides. And like I said, if we do break out to the upside, I'm probably just gonna take my trades off. LQD, I'm for sure trimming some more here. The May ones are for sure, well, they both are 109s, but they're about $6, $5 in the money here. So I'll take some off, leave some more swings, but I don't see why I shouldn't take a bit of profits here. Why do I have LQD twice? And like I said, a lot of names coming into potential bases. The level to watch on McDonald's is 192. We're currently trying to hold that. And again, these levels have been shared with you guys for a long time, so I hope no one's, surprised by this price action or whatever. But this is the level we've been watching. Want to see if this level holds or breaks down. If we do break down, we're going much lower. And the reason why I think that's a much higher scenario than the upside is because we already did this. Like I told you guys yesterday, if we would have done something like this, I'd say okay. But we did not. We came way down here, set new liquidity lower, retested to do something like this. Those are my 2 cents. That's what I think is going to happen here, but I might be mistaken. The level to watch is a clear level in the sand that again has been shared with you guys for some time. So these are the 2 potential scenarios. We break out from here or we break down. Well, you have a super fine line in the sand, which is why I'm saying keep it tactical today. If you're long, okay, great. Above yellow, be long. If you're short, okay. Below yellow, be short. The minute you cross over to the other side, just keep it tactical. But the levels are super straight up. It's not like you don't know where we're at in price action. Like, no, we know exactly where we're at. We've been tracking this for the past couple weeks, and this is exactly where we're at. Headed towards the targets we mentioned, assuming we break down from here. But I think it's pretty straightforward. If you have questions, let me know. But again, I don't see how this is too complicated. Bullish above yellow, bearish below. And the level is 298. So 298 is the level we've been concerned with on McDonald's to see lower prices. Above bullish, below bearish. We have about 8 minutes. Let me know if anyone needs something right now, because I'm gonna get locked in today. I have a lot of risk on myself, so depending how the first 15-30 minutes play out, I'm for sure gonna have to manage. Well, not for sure gonna have to manage, I'm managing regardless. So just letting you guys know right now, today I probably will be a little bit busier. Only trade I'll maybe consider taking on right off the open on the rip, maybe God into these levels. Pop above, I'll consider taking it off, but that's probably the only thing I'm gonna do. So again, let me know if y'all got questions about something right now. If anyone held risk, you don't really know what you're doing, how to manage, let me know right now, because again, I'm gonna be busy today, a lot busier than the last 2 days maybe, if market gets active. If not, I'm gonna just take off those shorts and chill. Yeah, what's good? Morning, Joshua. Let me know if you straight. I forgot what you held or didn't hold. Take off Berkshire at open. So look, I'm gonna tell you guys this. I had more than one contract on Berkshire, so I did get risk free. I think a lot of people got risk free on different things. Like Pilo maybe didn't have Berkshire. I'm not sure if he did or didn't have it. But Netflix, for example, we went over 100%, took off half. T-Mobile, you went up over 100%. I told you guys take off half. Yeah, see, Joshua, for you, for example, I remember I told you yesterday, hey, you have more than 2 contracts, or you had 2 contracts at the time. I don't remember exactly, but I was like, you know what? You can take off one to get risk free. You didn't do that. It might not bite you in the ass, or it may, depending how we unfold from here. But generally, you want to get risk free, because what if we did break out overnight? You at least wouldn't have lost money. So on Berkshire, I get it, these were a little more expensive, so maybe you weren't able to get risk free if you only had one contract. But generally, you do want to do that, because I sold my contracts, I don't remember, but I know it was over 150% for sure. So I got risk free, and I said if we pay more, we pay more, and obviously great. But at least I know I'm not gonna lose money if we do this overnight. And honestly, I beat myself up really bad. What was it? Thursday coming into Friday. On this drop, I got paid out same thing, like 150% or something, and I told myself, fuck it, you know, secure half, be safe. And then we got this leg the next day, and I was like, fuck, dude. I hated myself, because if I would have not sold that half, I would have made so much more money. And I told myself the same thing again here yesterday. I was like, hey, what if we do the same thing we did on Friday and you miss out the entire big leg down because you sold half? But I said, you know what, fuck it, it is what it is. I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I sold more than half to make the position free. That's what I would have done on T-Mobile, and I'm pretty sure I told you, Joshua, to sell the one that was over 100% to get risk free. But you said, hey, no risk, no Rari. All right, fuck it, I feel it. But you can't be doing that all the time. I'm telling y'all, you gotta know when to be risk on, when to be risk off. That's probably the best thing you can do, because if you're risk on all the time, eventually, just trust me, you can't be risk on all the time. That's not the way it works. You want to be a fast driver? You can drive fast here and there, but you can't be driving 120 plus all the time, bro. Shit don't work. What if there's traffic? What if you gotta run out of gas? You gotta get gas, slow down, take a break, etc., bro. But you can't just be driving full speed all the time and think you're not gonna crash eventually. But yeah, like I said, not doing too much at the open. Want to see how price develops. Other than gold, right off the rip, not doing too much or watching too much. Well, I'm watching everything, obviously, but this is the only one I'd say right at the open. I'm for sure okay with an entry. Like I said, above 280, 250, 283, I'm gonna take that off. But I'm cool with the levels, not bad. And J&J broke down below that 142.50. So if anyone would have taken that, I know Luis called it out super clean. But yeah, the Riyadh was last week. And again, you could have taken the technical short again yesterday, which I didn't do, but that one paid pretty well. What, maybe 10 bucks? Where were we at? 152. Yep, 10 bucks. That one, those are for sure probably, actually not, I'll say for sure 10x, but maybe not with these premiums. At least a 5-6x for sure. All right, 3 minutes to open. Lock in. Then we got news tomorrow, pre-market, and Friday. So before you open anything today, just be mindful we got news tomorrow and Friday. So if you're opening any new trades or holding any trades right now, consider the fact that we have that. So are you gonna hold overnight for the news events? If not, because you don't want to run the risk of something, just take those off. But yeah, we do have those events, which are pretty important. Right off the rip, Berkshire opening up above important levels, but as long as we stay below previous weekly low, I'm okay with staying short. And then keep an eye on Apple. Like I said, Apple's one of the few names that I'd consider maybe a long on. So if this does break out, keep an eye on that. And if you do take a long, take it super small size. I'm probably not going to do it myself. I'd rather miss out on the start of the uptrend if this is it than lose some money on a bad entry on some longs. I'd rather kick back and chill, see if my swing shorts play out. But I get it. I'm telling you, bro, like these levels are clean. I see the longs, I'm enticed, but probably not for me. McDonald's under 298, good soup. 1 minute to open. Good luck, everyone. Lock in. Bro, I didn't know y'all could hear the birds. I don't even have my windows open. If I have my window open, you could probably hear them way more. There's a grip of birds right here where I stay at. J&J clean. What am I missing on my screens? Netflix. I need Netflix up here. Let's get rid of J&J. Alright, so I'm watching gold here like I told you I would. I'm gonna see if I can get filled on a trade. Fuck it, let's see. Apple breakout here, clean to the upside as discussed. Let's see if they manage to stay above the level that I'm more concerned with is maybe like 178, 177-ish on Apple. But if we do get above that, that move to the upside is going to be very clean. I haven't even looked at LQD. What are those at? LQD is up 240% for me. So again, that was the swing I gave y'all Friday last week. Shared it for around 130 bucks, 150 depending if you got June or May. And they're currently trading for over 570. That's a swing too for June and May. Ridiculous. I'm telling y'all, y'all slept. That trade was so clean. Berkshire 200% here still. So if you held Berkshire, you're chilling. It's not like, oh shit, I held, I'm fucked. No, I'm still up 200%. Y'all chilling on that. Netflix still up grip on that too. T-Mobile 200% here. What's T-Mobile doing? No new lows, but I'm still up 200% on that. What else we in on? Gold I'm watching here. I already nibbled first set. I got filled. Hopefully we can flip from here. If not, I'll consider taking some off. But this is the trade on gold. I discussed it with you guys. You guys know. Whoops. What I'm trying to do here with gold, and you guys see the levels top of the range here. So if anyone is going to try that trade out, not a bad entry here, but be mindful of what everything else is doing, trying to break out to the upside. So you should be managing your puts if we do break out, and at that point the gold trade would probably be invalid, assuming this one breaks out too. So again, if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably better off not adding here and just manage what you already have. I'm adding because I'm okay with the risk and I know what I'm doing. Surprisingly, gold ain't down too much. Like the premiums. It's up to y'all for gold, but I'm looking at the 417 swing, which it might be invalidated here, so you might want to refrain. 273, yeah, don't do that again. Even yesterday, which we added way lower, I didn't grab 273. I grabbed 277, 278. Today, I'm probably loading 282 or max 280 on the lows, but I'm probably doing 282s. Why? How many 282s? But yeah, no, that's too low, gang. They can for sure hit, but well, not for sure hit. They can hit, but just not something I'd buy myself. And then at this point, consider taking off everything if we don't break down on the next. I mean, I guess we have time. For now, 9 minutes is going to be our next checkpoint. We'll check in 9 minutes. So like at 6:42, 6:43, we'll see where we're at. And then after 6:45, we'll make the next decision. At this point, I feel like shorts might still be okay. We won't have confirmation until the next 45 minutes. So I'm just going to break it down into 15-minute segments to get our answer. But for now, yes, I think sales might still be okay. Confirmation with the next 45, either invalidation or confirmation. Gold is the #1 watch for me right here. Above levels, so hopefully we start flipping from here and that those sales can pay. If not, I'm just gonna go ahead and take those off. truth. Let's see. Anyone add gold, take off any of the puts, add anything. I'm still kind of, like I said, on defense mode for the next few minutes. 6:45-ish, 6:42 maybe. We'll see what we get. But I'm not doing too much. Still holding the same shit I had yesterday, except for ads on gold. And then I reduced risk on some. But generally still holding the same stuff. Alright, now Apple coming to test that top range. I want to see what happens into these levels. This is going to be the critical level where we're either going to break down or, well, not break down, get rejected, or have that pretty big breakout. So be super careful. Like I said, next few minutes since it's 6:45, 6:42. If you're short, you definitely want to see Apple rejected into this top range. If we push above that, maybe not the best time to be short. Well, not maybe, definitely not the best time to be short if we start getting breakouts above these levels. Gold, small pullback here. Hopefully we get the breakdown on that. I did take some, no crazy size on that, couple $100. No, I'm lying, couple thousand. Yeah, there, but I got more size. Got like 2-3 bands on it. All right, getting some breakouts here across the board. Again, moment of truth here within the next 2-3 minutes. Let's see if Apple gets rejected into this top zone or they go for the breakout. As long as it's below, again, I'm okay with sitting on my sells for a bit. Hopefully we can come down today, and if not, this is going to be your sign to exit on a breakout. Check real quick. Coca-Cola new low, cool. Like I said, probably gold is one of the few things I'm watching for ad or a new trade. I just saw someone in the chat asking. But other names already up a bit. That's the only issue. So if I wouldn't recommend getting in like on Berkshire, for example. I'm still up over 140. LQD up 250. Netflix 120. So stuff like that, I don't think it's the best to get into. That's why I'm saying gold looks the best. But again, if we do break out here on Apple above these levels, I would not be short on literally anything. And the fact that we're getting small greens here across the board, I'm not really, too concerned just yet, because again, I'm deep in the money on these and really green. So even us giving back a tiny bit of profits, I'm okay with if potentially I can hold for new lows today. But again, keep an eye on Apple. Above here, I'd completely reconsider being short. So right now, gold remains my top trade watch for today. It's the only thing I've taken, and the only thing I'd say with higher probability of success I'd consider taking here. Other names, you're assuming they're going to keep running, which is possible, but again, you're paying higher premiums. Yeah, a lot of names coming into potential resistance here. I'd be careful trying to go long. And if we do get the breakout, then fuck it. Bulls got the breakout. Exit your puts. But for now, this is not there to start going long. Let's see if Apple manages to get rejected here and push lower. And then gold, like I said, is probably the only trade I'd consider getting in on, the only trade I've taken myself. If we do break out on markets, all sells across the board will be invalid short term. Can we sell later today? Sure. But I'm just saying for the fast hands short term comments, sells will be invalid across the board, assuming Apple breaks out here. If we get rejected, then your sells will pay you. Ooh, I forgot I had those orders. Fuck, should I cancel them? Leave them. Anyone take anything? Anyone get in on gold right here? Or not? There was no clean trades today, so y'all didn't take nothing. But in 2 days when gold, you know, back at 275, you're gonna be like, yo, could I get in on gold right here? What y'all take? What's up, Adam? Talk to me. What you take, gang? And gold for sure. You put a new set on, William, because I think you're already in gold, no? Alright, that's fire. I fuck with that escort. Just be mindful what y'all pay. Try not to overpay. So I always tell everyone pay at the bid, get filled at the bid, not the ask. So the newer traders, until I know like y'all know what you're doing, just be careful. But that's cool. Breakout above 284 on gold, then I probably will take those off. Then Apple, we saw the rejection we wanted, which is great. Now I want to see it lose this range low and break lower. But so far so good. These little red ticks right here, or black on my screen, but okay price action on gold. Hopefully we could come down, retest 281, 280.5, and then if we lose that, I'd say yesterday's levels are pretty much a given, so we should have a pretty good payout on those. And everyone crying about this pullback on gold. If you were up a lot of money, you know, 300%, 500, whatever the percent was, whatever the dollar amount was, from last week's trade into these lows, and you didn't take any profit, now you're complaining that the one contract you had that you didn't take profit just went down a bit. I don't know what to tell you. I made it very clear you guys should be taking profits at what levels and where you shouldn't be getting short, where you could be getting short. Yeah, I get it, it sucks, but you guys were aware of the potential, and I made sure to ask you guys, hey, if you hold on to this, what happens if you lose 50% overnight? Are you okay to add? Do you have room to add? You guys said yes, and if you had the room to do that, then you held. If you didn't, you should have sold. So I feel it sucks, but you got to make those right decisions. Let's assume gold does break down from here and make new lows. You're gonna get paid out more on those 417s. What if it doesn't? You're gonna end up losing money. Sure, the market might bail you out a few times, not all the time. So don't continue to take trades and force them and hold and assume shit's gonna happen, because it might not happen. Take your profits when you have them. I'm gonna cry for you, Tone. If you in here, I'm gonna cry for you, gang. You held that shit like a champ yesterday, the entire day. Held it down, getting paid out, nice screens. And then today, 5 minutes from open, you said, I'm gonna sell this shit, bro. It's too much money. I don't need no more bread. You can have that. No, I'm just fucking with you, gang. But for real, the biggest risk in holding an option, in my opinion, is the overnight risk. Because you cannot do anything. We could gap up, we could gap down. You cannot do shit about it. Unless you're hedging on futures or something like that. But per options, you can't do much. So if you have the overnight risk, which is literally the riskiest part of holding a contract, in my opinion, it's folding here at the open. In my opinion, you choke, bro. Keeping it a book. That's just my 2 cents. Sure, maybe we rally to the moon here, but holding it overnight only to sell within 5 minutes from the open, you might as well just sold that shit yesterday and slept cozy as fuck, knowing you couldn't have lost a dime. But holding the overnight risk and selling 5 minutes from the open, why'd you even hold the overnight risk? You feel me? Cause shit, what if it gapped up overnight? You lost 50% for what? For 11,277. Yeah, gang, I literally just told you, was it you? I think it was you, that you're going too low. If you don't have bread, I get it. Maybe try like something riskier, like a 0DT, which is risky as fuck, because you already don't have bread and you're gonna put it on the 0DT and potentially lose it in a day. Don't really want to do that. But I'd much rather you grab less time on a higher quality strike. Because 411,277 can't pay. Just not something I'd advise. Let's see, what are they at? He's already up a little bit for me. The 282 0 DTEs, I got in for around $1 flat, 1.00. That's more of a scalp, and again, it's a 0 DTE. I don't want to tell you to buy that, and if it doesn't hit, you literally just, you know, lost what you had in your port type shit. I'd rather you grab a swing, but I don't know what to tell you, fam. Apple, let's see if we go back and break out above those highs. If that does happen, like I said, take off sales across the board. But for now, as long as we respect these highs, I'm okay to try to sit on sales. What about UNH, bro? It has that wick fill if it breaks out above 570. But for now, this looks like a head and shoulders maybe to me. Assuming we respect these highs. If we break out above 570, like I said, they're probably going for that wick fill. Let's see what Apple's doing. Again, the only thing I really care about is Apple and gold. That's what's gonna dictate the market here. Apple break out above these levels, gold break out above these levels. Other than that, I'm just kick back. If these trades don't invalidate my sells, I'm just gonna relax on what I have. And if they do break out, like I said, don't sit on shit. Y'all will eat the loss. Why are you trying to trade SPX, bro? Or SPY or anything? I forgot your name, Ramiro. I don't know what you're doing, gang. I literally told you yesterday, hey, you running off and doing your own shit, and then you coming to me asking, yo, what do I do? I made a mess. So I'm not gonna be cleaning up your mess every day. I hope you're not in a bunch of random ass trades already. I've issued maybe one trade at like gold. That's it. You're already talking about Coca-Cola and SPX and this and that. So I really hope you're not going in a million random trades right now. We don't even have clear direction yet. Wait for a breakout or a breakdown between this range. Don't do shit right now. So if I really hope, for real, bro, like I'm dead ass, I hope you're not in a bunch of shit. Banking strikes again. What? These are the levels I sent. I said potentially reshorting into point of control. So far, so good. Look at that wick from last week. Was that last week? Monday. Ooh, this was a week on there. This was Monday overnight London session. So I know you like WFC. Lose these lows. Be coming back here. That's the current setup. And these write-ups I gave out on. Matter of fact, let's take a screenshot of this shit. I sent a. Whoops, what is this? Let's see what's up. Shit, my bad. Alright, top zone here on Apple again. Like I said, I am literally not doing anything into this box. We break out above, alright, then I'll exit my puts, still super green. We break down, alright, I'll hold on to my puts. See if I can get paid more, excuse me. But not planning on doing too much myself. As of right now, lower time frame, I do say we favor upside slightly on the 1 minute. But it's not big enough for me to get out of my shorts. I see why you didn't sell. Hey, say less. I thought you just you held the risk and then sold. Now I'm like, bro, that make no sense. But all right, that makes sense for sure. PDT rules. Say less. Why don't you go cash, gang? Respectfully. If you want to stay margin that straight, but I think it's probably better off if you go cash. Makes it easier, in my opinion. Another name I'm watching for the upside, damn. UVXY a bit off the highs. Another name I'm watching for the upside potentially, which again, I'm not probably gonna take this, just calling out the price section, is Baba. Baba has left a few gaps. Again, not saying to go long. I'm still hoping these sales can play out here, but it does have decent upside opportunities, assuming that we hold this 100 level and try to make a push to the upside. But if we do break down below 100, this thing has a lot more room to fall. Again, not taking the trade, just trying to give you guys a bit of context on where we are in price action. I haven't really talked too much about Baba, but that one paid really well a couple weeks ago when we shorted it. At this point, I'm not trying to touch it too much. And like I said, around this 100 level looks okay for a potential bounce. But if we do lose 100, it's headed much lower. And again, I'm not taking this. Do not take this. If anyone wants to take any trade that I'm not talking about myself, ask about it. I'll take a look at it for you if you like, and then I tell you my 2 cents, would I buy, would I not buy, stuff like that. But yeah, don't take this. Just calling out the action. And y'all can take anything I want. I mean, you want. I just share what I like. Again, I try to take the best quality setups, because I don't like risking my money on low quality trades. Can you take a trade? Sure, you can take any trade. I could go long on this or short on this, or you know, sell something on this, or like you could do anything, bro. You literally can. But why? If you have a good thesis, you have a good probability of success, you have multiple things to ground your trade, then sure. But you're not just gonna randomly buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here. Like, that's a quick way to fucking lose your money. I'd rather be slow, conservative, take proper, good trades, even if I miss out on a lot of shit. Like, I'm telling you guys, we could go to the moon and I would not care. It's part of the game. You can't be chasing everything. You chase everything, you're gonna get tired, you're gonna be out of breath. Just kick back and wait to see something you like and then go get it. So gold, still no new highs, sitting right around that top range. Be super careful if you're in that. Apple, same comments, sitting around that top range. So no decision yet. If the market doesn't know what it wants to do, how the fuck do you know what it wants? How do you know what to do? Like, you don't. Chill. Let the market tell you which way it wants to go, then you lock in your trades. But at this point, I'm telling you, don't do anything in this top range, unless then potentially shorting with stops above. But that's, again, assuming we're gonna break down. If we break out, hard stops. That's the setup right here. I see breakout above, and as long as we're below, we can short. But again, if we do get above those levels, don't be short. What am I missing? Crude oil. I gave a short on it some time ago, and that's all I'm gonna say. I don't trade crude oil. That shit is ass. I'm gonna do US oil because that's what I trade. I literally told y'all to short from up here. We had the breakout, small. Look, this is GP, which is surprising that they even went to it. That's a massive wick. So this is your floor. You have a flag. You have potential of going back to this wick versus a breakdown back to here. What does this look like on the 45? I wouldn't be short. I'd much rather be long oil. That's all I'll say on that. I'm not a fan of trading oil. I'll be clear on that. I'm not a fan of trading it. But I definitely wouldn't be starting shorts here on it. Yeah, just tricky spot to get long. RR makes sense, but not sure about the probability if it'll actually work out. RR is there though, can't lie. So if you're asking me because you want to get long, which I don't know if that's what you're asking, it's not terrible. It's not something I do myself. The problem with getting long here is that we're already well off the lows. So sure, on the longer time frame, it might be an okay long, assuming the markets don't crash from these levels. But again, it's extended already quite a bit off the low, so it's not the best tactical entry if you're scalping. And that gold that GOD0DT I discussed is under $100 now. So if anyone with a small account was asking for a potential fast trade, that still remains on the line. Just again, be mindful of your port, your size. It's a 0DT, so only if you're fast and know how to manage it. If not, do not take it. If you do not have any gold swings, I'd much rather you put on some gold swings than the 0DTs. If you have a decent amount of swings and you're like, hey, I just want to play the shorter time frame in case we fall from here, it's a different story. But yeah, that's one of the trades I'm in. And like I said, if we get the breakout across the board here, might be your time to exit the sells. But for now, I still think this can play out. Gonna wait patiently. Like I've been saying all day, if you were in gold and you're still holding the ones from yesterday, that's totally fine. Yesterday I reloaded, not reload, well I mean, I guess, because I've been holding the original sets and everything had paid. Gold was one of the few names that hadn't moved too much, so I said yesterday, hey, I'll throw some more size on gold. I did that at 277 and 278. Those are down a little bit, I don't know, maybe like 25-30%, something like that. After that, today I added the 282s. But again, I'd much rather you guys get closer in the money than loading up again more 277s or 278s like we did yesterday. And if you shorted last week, you're short from even higher. But I'd probably do at the money. And the only reason I wouldn't is if you can't afford it, or if you want to grab a 0 DTE with less time, just because you can't afford the 417s. But the ideal trade is gold swings for 417, if not longer, at the money. And again, that's assuming we roll over from here. Breakouts from here across the board, exit sells. But you guys, I'm pretty sure I've repeated that shit so many times, you guys get it right. Like, I don't gotta keep repeating it. Hopefully it's been, you know, drilled in your heads that we have to break down from here or we're exiting sells. And Berkshire retest off of 498. Hopefully we can come down back to the lows on Berkshire. I still have a bit of size on Berkshire, Netflix, a few names, but being honest with you guys, the one I have the most size on, not the most size, but the most size that I'm concerned with is T-Mobile. T-Mobile, I have quite a bit of weekly still. I was being silly yesterday and I put my orders too high. Should have just taken the solid win instead of being greedy. I'm still up 175%, so I can still book at any time really nice wins. But yeah, I had my orders a little too high, so hopefully this one comes down so I could get some more contracts off, because this one I wouldn't say I'm risk-free quite yet. Even if this loses with everything else I've taken net, I'll be okay. But yeah, I like to manage trades individually, not as a whole port. Yes, you do want to look at your port as a whole, but you want to manage each trade individually. Because let's say T-Mobile fucks me up and everything else did really good, I don't want to let one trade fuck up the entire port per se. So if you manage each trade individually, you make sure everything's good. If each one is good individually, then as a whole the port is good. But there's instances when one trade can fuck up the entire port, so just keep an eye on everything and manage them individually. Nice little reds right here. Good suit. Good suit. Who's in gold? Who, instead of complaining that gold is higher, said, hey, shit, cheaper puts prices, let me get more. So there's two ways to look at it. You can say, oh fuck, I'm down, or you can say, oh shit, I can buy them for way less. And gold, sorry, not gold, Apple has not broken down yet. So again, I'm not doing anything until we get out of this box. For now, sure, it looks good. As a bear, you're like, oh shit, we're going down. Not really, we're still in the same box. Until we lose the lows, nothing really to celebrate. Good progress on Netflix, T-Mobile, gold, McDonald's, but yeah, nothing yet. See if we break down. If not, again, be mindful and consider taking off some trades. Why do I have so many lines? What is this? Oh yeah. T-Mobile, nice little reds. I was just saying how Shorty was scaring me and she was like, all right, my bad, here you go. Nah, nothing major though. I want to see under 240. If I don't see under 240 today on T-Mobile, I'm not gonna be too happy. Not like it's gonna fuck up my mood, but just for confirmation with this trade itself, I want to see under 240. Look at gold. Come on, bro, stop playing. Bro, I really hope people not chasing here at the highs. Assuming we break down, and I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about traders in general, investors, whatever. If they break out from here, great, good shit, y'all got paid out. I didn't, fuck it. But if we fail to break out from here, ugly. Let's see, span 493. Let's see. So SPY filled the upside on the 3 hour, which is a good thing. Meaning if they want to send it lower, technically they can. Doesn't mean they have to, they can. 45 looks good, 15 looks good, 3 looks good. So I'd say all you need on the 3 minute for new lows is maybe like 498.15, 496. So about a $2 range, 498.15, 496. If we get under that on SPY, we'll get a decent breakdown, but it's not going to be the easiest. For now, that should be support. If the bulls manage to hold that, they can go for a breakout. And if they do get under it, should give a pretty nice selling pressure. But I don't think they'll do it easily. Who knows? Not bad levels on SPY though. And then gold literally at the highs here. So be careful here if we break out on gold and break out on Apple. They're both threatening on the upside here. Like I told you guys a few minutes ago, don't celebrate these few red ticks. We're still within the box and now we're at the top range of the box. So literally, like I've been saying all day, do not do anything other than potentially short up here with a hard stop above. And I do mean hard stop. If you don't know what that means, ask me. Or you know what, I'll just say it because I know majority of y'all don't know what that means. Put a stop on your trades, because if we break out above these highs, we're gonna break out much higher and your puts will lose a bit of money. If you're okay with that, then I guess you don't have to put the hard stops. You can manually exit, but I'm telling you, options can move really fast. Depending what you're in, if you have time, maybe not as fast, but if you're something like a 0 DTE, within a matter of minutes on a big move, you can be down 30-50%. So just keep that in mind. FOMC, I believe. I don't think it's Trump. Where is Trump talking to? Not sure. Let me check. And Apple, like I said, still in that zone. Let's see. Let me check Forex Factory. Yeah, FOMC today. I don't see Powell. I mean Powell. I don't see Trump. I'm not sure though. Sheesh. I would not be long here. I just saw some. Yeah, if GJ gives up these lows, I would not be long here, yo. GJ, GP here, under here, RIP. This is a breakdown of a higher time frame. This is the level I discussed. So I got y'all short. Well, I mean, I know none of y'all actually did it because I don't trade Forex, but I got y'all short from way up here. Where's that J at? What the fuck? There we go. I got y'all short from up here, 195.30. Shit is paying clearly. We mentioned this potential breakdown of this level, which we got. Wanted to see a breakdown below the floor, which we now got. So on the higher time frame, we already triggered the sell side. Now all we got to do is lose these lows on GP, and we're getting our targets on GJ, which are going to be down into the 180 August lows, which we already did on indexes. So if index has already been swept and exceeded August lows, but GJ hasn't, that's food for thought. Gold also has not even given us a sell. So let's go on the higher time frame. We had our sell on gold, right? This was the initial move. We're currently coming into the 618. So fade the 618 for this move we've been waiting for. Maybe, let's see. But again, the point I'm trying to show is that GJ already broke down for sells, and gold is coming into 618, which could be a potential reshort area. Dollar rallying, SPX coming down, Bitcoin coming down. Oil is literally already at critical levels. Oil has actually been an insane move. Anyone who was in that, you know, monster move. I don't really like trading oil, but if you were in it, congrats. And still in the same zone on Apple. So just stay patient here, guys. Don't be forcing or adding size here. T-Mobile, nice new lows. Oh shit. House hearing on shrimp admin. See, that's a house hearing. That's not Trump talking. I don't know if that's what y'all talking about. Two different things, but still important. Gold pushing higher here slightly. Again, the critical level is 284, which we're still not above. I want to see what happens here, but Apple's still within its range. If anyone wanted to take those 0 DTE golds, which are a lot riskier here, but still viable, they're cheaper. They're around 75 cents a pop. You could probably get them for less, maybe even 70 or less, 70, 75 maybe. I would not be mad at that. Pretty clean trade. But again, we're still within ranges. So if you want to wait for Apple to give you the breakdown before doing it, you can do so. But at that point, the premiums would have probably went up a little bit, so you'd be getting in maybe 15% higher, if not higher. Auto parachute for T-Mobile. Yo, Joshua, I totally forgot about that. You still haven't sold any T-Mobile? You should sell some if you haven't, gang. You said he had 3 contracts, right? I'm assuming at least one of them is up over 100%. I'm pretty sure. So I'd at least sell one to get risk free or reduce risk if you can. If you want to keep holding them, I mean, you already held it overnight, you can, but just be mindful you're not risk free, bro. So whatever you see on your screen, whatever profit, just remember it's not real. Like, the profits aren't real until you realize them. That's why it's called realized profits, because you make them real. So be mindful. Can we start dropping here a lot more? Sure, that would be great if you still have all 3. All right, that's cool, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're literally saying you're risking it. Great, that's cool. I ain't mad, but just be mindful of what you're risking, how fast you can lose it, how much you can lose. So if you're cool with that, fuck it. But again, you know the risk. Apple's threatening to break out here on the 3-minute. Harmonic looks pretty bullish, not gonna lie. Let's see. Again, not gonna choke, not gonna fold. I'm gonna just wait patiently till they do it. But right now, I would say they're threatening, and they probably will go for it if nothing changes here soon. Next 10 minutes, I'd say, are gonna be pretty important. Yo, and there's an IG going around pretending to be me, by the way. That shit is not me, bro. They got me blocked, so I can't report them, but if y'all report that shit, I'd appreciate it. A group of people already hit me about that shit. They better not be doing no weird shit, trying to solicit people, take their money for trading or some dumbass shit. But yeah, that shit is not me, bro, so watch out. Yeah, see, 220% is a ridiculous win that I guarantee a lot of people wish they had. So I'm telling you, bro, like, just don't be silly. 220% is a nice win. My bad, y'all. I'm looking at some other shit, but hey, I ain't mad. Looked away at my phone for a couple seconds, getting paid. Fuck it. What was I gonna do? Alright, I was muted, I'm back, my bad. So let's see what happens here. If we do get the breakout on Apple, like I said, they were threatening and the 1 minute potential looked like they were gonna go for it. Looks like they probably will, so watch out. If the rest of the names also do that, might be your time to exit. Top of the range here on gold and other names, so maybe not the best time to fold, but they are threatening the breakout. So if they fail to break out, all right, cool. But if they do manage to successfully break out, like I said, there is no reason why anyone should be short. For now, I'm still holding my gold down a bit, but I'm still cool with sitting on those. And like I said, these are swings I'm okay sitting on. If that's not your case, then don't sit on it. Like, you guys don't have to do what I do. Apple's still rejecting that top range. Let's see what happens. Nice little progress here. My bad, I was answering some DMs. T-Mobile, great. Bro, I was literally just saying this morning how T-Mobile was one of the few trades I really needed to drop, and there she goes. Great. Usually not the case. Usually the one you want or need to pay is the one that fucking doesn't move. But cool today. That's great, bro. You said you weren't here emotionally, mentally, and again, if you weren't ready to trade, you didn't feel right, you should have not traded. I'm still up, floating on the small port around 3K, even on this drawdown, so I'm not really bugging. But again, if you did not have any shorts to hold you down and you're chasing at the lows, you knew this was a potential scenario. I'm still holding everything I said. The golds from today, everything, shirts and drawdown. If you guys want to sell here for the loss, go for it. But I'm still chilling. It is what it is. Drawdown's part of the game. Yesterday, Berkshire, I think, was down. Was it yesterday or on Monday? No, I think it was yesterday. Yesterday, no shit. Yeah, yesterday. Even Netflix was down. I forgot how much, a decent amount. They ended up running like 200%. So it's part of the game. If me and Pilo would have folded on the small red yesterday, we would have not gotten that payout. Apple's still within the range, so not doing anything myself. McDonald's, the level to watch this morning was 298. That's the only level that's mattered for a while. Right here, I'd say 302. Above EQ and above, 302, we could have a little bit of a breakout. Other than that, I wouldn't do much on McDonald's. 302 rejection versus breakout here. I might take some risk off here on T-Mobile. I'm up 240%, and like I said, I haven't gotten filled on my contracts, unfortunately. I might just have to replace my orders here. Like I said earlier, I was being greedy on my orders, which the orders I have open right now are the same ones from yesterday that have not gotten filled yet. But I'd assume they get filled if I'm patient and wait. I just don't really want to force it because of the fact that Apple's at the highs, this one's at the lows. I kind of want to take advantage of this and secure some profits here in case this does break out and this bounces. But yeah, I have not trimmed enough on T-Mobile and I have not gotten my fills yet, so I might just replace orders here. We'll see. Let you guys know if I end up doing it. But yeah, I haven't managed this. Sold some, not enough though. It's on IG, bro. It's the exact one I posted on IG. It's my same name. They just added an A at the end. So double A. Mulat 777 2 A's. There's a breakout on Apple. Let's see if they close above. If they close above, RAP. This is going moon. So 180 level to watch here. Let's see if they manage to do it. But again, the upside potential is massive. Literal top range here. Buys above or what? The point of control. Let's see what we get. But again, if you have risk like Joshua, I know you had not sold any T-Mobiles, definitely do so just in case we break out. Other people, if you have not managed your puts, I've been telling you guys all day to do it. Please do it, especially on names like T-Mobile where you're still green. Joshua, take advantage of that in case we do pop so you don't regret it later. And if you just got in today, you still have to manage. If we do break out, you know, we're going higher. So whether it's a green swing or a loss, a break even, or whatever it is, make sure to manage trades across the board here, assuming we confirm and close above here for the breakout. Let me know if you heard that, Joshua, or let me know if you've gotten out of any T-Mobile, but I really hope you have. interesting here. A little bit of a red on gold, while Apple pushing into the top of the range. So let's see, is Apple gonna fade here into the top of the range, or is this a real breakout? Only have 242.5 put left for 11.16 right now. So you sold 2 for profit? I'm assuming you sold okay, I forgot what you had. So I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I think you had 417s. I'm not sure. I think you did. Generally, you want to reduce the riskier stuff, which is the shorter dated, leave the longer dated, not the opposite. So I think you're telling me you took off your longer dated swings and you left the risky shorter dated. In a way, it makes sense because you have less money at risk, but it ends up being riskier just because of the time frame and whatnot. Only have 411 on all 3. Oh, you only had 411. All right, then that's fine. You ended up closing both for over 100%, nah? I know one you said you were over 200, the other one hit for over 102 or not? And then that one at 16%, if it pays more, great. If it goes break even or even slightly red, the other 2 wins should cover that loss, I assume. But for sure. Yeah, P-Lo, if you just woke up, premium's down a little bit, but we still in an okay position, assuming Apple doesn't break out here. I added decent size to gold, so if you want to roll into gold some of your profits from yesterday or just in general, I added to the swings. If you want to grab more time, but I did add to the swings, and I'm also in some 0 DTs for today. But yeah, gang, a little bit of premiums last. I'm still holding shit though. Hit OG chat if you want, but I'm still sitting on Netflix Runner, still sitting on Berkshire, still sitting on T-Mobile, so I still got risk across the board. Don't trade. If you want to hold for a bit in case we drop, fuck it. But yeah, watching Apple rejection off this top zone, currently above point of control, and then watching gold for a reversal. And like I said, the only thing I added was gold in size for the swings and some 0 DTs. Before y'all ask, yes, I'm muted. I'm chilling. I'm here. I'm watching. I'm doing some stuff. But so far, okay. Went to the top of the range, threatened the breakout on Apple, literally to the penny, tagged, now retracing. Again, like I said this morning, if we stay within this box, not much to do. Below the lows, you can be short. Above the highs is the breakout. They literally threatened the breakout, didn't do it. So let's see if they actually do it at some point, or they're just trying to fake out the bears. If this was a fake out, hold on to your puts. We probably will get paid. But if at any point they do trigger the breakout, then like I've been saying all day, no reason to be sitting on those sells. In other news, T-Mobile putting in new lows, trying to break down below the low. So if it does that, great. McDonald's trying to retrace, Berkshire trying to break down from this potential head and shoulders pattern, which would take us down into 486, maybe even lower. So I'm not too concerned just yet. I think it's so far looking okay. If you held this point, from here on forward, it should be a lot easier to hold, hopefully. Yeah, small retracements across the board, but I'm pretty sure you're still green on everything, or just gave back part of the profits, so nothing major. Hopefully we get new lows. If you chased and got in at the lows, different story. Sure, you're down a little here, but if you had proper entries, you should be doing okay. And again, proper entries with proper management. If you never book anything and then shit retraces, yes, it's gonna hurt. If you already got risk free, it's not a big deal. Did anyone add to gold at the highs? I did, by the way, but I don't know if anyone else added. I added more swings and added more 0DTs. So hopefully we can get back to the low of the day. Even lower would be sweet, but just by getting at the low of the day or even near it, I'd be doing really well for myself. So let's see what we get. And I did mention adding, so I hope somebody got better fills and added on the highs. But again, gold has a lot of potential. It's the one trade I've literally said today you can take. Everything else is iffy. Gold, I myself added with confidence. Right, you're telling them why add now? You're literally complaining that you're down from yesterday's entry. This is still a much better entry than yesterday. I'm not mad at adding here. Sure, you're chasing on the 15-minute, but you're still getting a much better bargain than you were getting yesterday. So yeah, I'm not mad at you guys entering here. Are you a little late? Sure, but if you're doing the swings, it can still pay you a lot. They're still down from what they were at yesterday, being 100% with you guys. Are they still more expensive than last week? Sure, but cheaper than yesterday for sure. So is it a bad entry? Nah, not bad. I unopposed, but yeah, maybe 15 minutes ago would have been a little better. But still, you guys can get in on those swings. Just be careful with them. But yeah, not bad. And like I said this morning, still plenty of opportunity. You thought you missed everything? gold clearly delivered an opportunity at the open, and those went red. So I thought we had a good opportunity on gold into this zone. Entered here. I got an even better opportunity up here, so I added more. Other traders will say, oh shit, I'm down. Oh shit, I'm down, or let me get out. Me, cheap, I got a good deal. I got an even better deal up here, so most definitely I'm buying that shit. It's just the way and perspective you look at stuff. If you want to look at it stuff the negative perspective and saying, oh fuck, I'm down, sure you are, if you went all in and don't know what you're doing. But if you left room to add hoping to get lower prices, then you get lower prices and you buy at lower prices, that's a blessing. Yeah, they deleted the account or blocked you. But regardless, a couple people sent it to me already. Just be careful. I don't know what they're trying to do with that shit. Hopefully nobody falls for it. But obviously the accounts look similar picture. But come on, bro, she got 0 followers. Never mind, I got 2. Who followed that shit? They probably blocked you, keeping it a buck, bro. I don't think they deleted it. Bruh, it would be Skips. Skips is one of the first people who told me about it. Again, I don't know who making it. Just be careful. Obviously a fake account. T-Mobile about to give us under 240. What? If Apple, bro, if T-Mobile gets under 240 and stays under 240, that's gonna be a disgusting move, bro. Just, like, I need you guys to realize, if you haven't, which I'm sure you have, why we're trading T-Mobile, why we're trading all these other names and not the megas. Apple was trading at the same levels that T-Mobile was trading at, right? They were both trading around 250. So when T-Mobile was trading around 276, Apple was around 250. But you see the range. They've been trading around the same levels. We're currently here on T-Mobile. Apple's here. What we're trying to finesse is this, which you see drawn here, right? We want to finesse this leg down. Why? Because we already caught this leg on the megas. I'd much rather short these names up here than when Apple and everything else was already down here. And that was the thesis that I shared with you guys, why we were taking these names over the mega caps. Now there's two scenarios here. Apple bounces back to the levels where T-Mobile and everything else is at, or these names are going to come down to where Apple is and the market's just going to roll over in general. So those are my 2 cents. That's why I'm shorting T-Mobile. Those are the trades, and I shared those levels with you guys from up here, why we were shorting these names and not these. And I did share the trades from here, this short, the short. Just trust me, like, I've shared everything, and I'm telling you guys, I tried to get you guys in on the best deals at the time. Back then it was those names, now it's these. You can still be short other names, but you're gonna be entering at a much different area of price. Which lottos? You had weeklies, people, or what? Yes, it's called rotation. You rotate your profits. The trade paid, great. Obviously, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if the trade keeps paying, keep rolling profits into it. Keep rolling profits. Take profits, roll them back in. Take profits, roll them back in. Keep getting paid on the same trade. That definitely works, and that's the thesis we're trying to do here on gold, and we've done it on several other names. But at the same time, you got to rotate into better quality. We already played all those names. We already played the semis and got paid. We already played the indexes. We already played UVIXI. We already did all that. People are barely trying to buy VIX. People are barely trying to buy volatility. I got y'all into UVIXI. If you followed, sub 20 bucks. Shit hits over 50. It can potentially go over 100. So that's the difference in where you're quote unquote chasing. We're not chasing. We're replacing everything that already paid with something that hasn't moved. And if you were smart, you still got OG swings, which I doubt people have, even including myself. I got out of majority of my original swings. Why? Because they were up so much fucking money that there's no way I was not gonna roll them. But that's what I'm doing here, rolling them into different shit like gold. T-Mobile paying here, sub 240. Apple about to get rejected off P, a point of control. Maybe give us that leg down here. Netflix coming down. Berkshire about to go down into that 486 we discussed this morning. So just trust me, be patient. I know y'all be down and shit. Like this morning for a few seconds, yes. A little bit of drawdown is okay. But for the most part, I think we're doing okay. And just follow along. Try to learn why I'm doing shit instead of questioning why I'm doing it or what I'm doing. Just follow along, trust, pay attention. And those of you that just joined like this week or last week, you haven't been here. I'm talking to people who've been trading with me the past 2 months. All these rotations, you guys saw them in real time. What's your target on the gold chart? What's your time frame, Rosana? You got the 417s or which ones? It depends your time frame. But I want to see it. Let me cover. This is the write-up, not the write-up, the chart. It's a little messy, but this is what we did this morning. Sorry, not this morning. We sent it some time ago. Then mentioned this possibility this morning, right? So we had the breakdown from this neckline, right? Which was this. Then we retested the neckline we broke down from, made the next leg lower. And then from there, we came back here to retest the neckline, right? That we fell from. That's all this was, a retest of the neckline, which we literally drew up this morning that this was a potential. We are here. Now, this is the next potential scenario from here. Down to the previous day low at 272.6. Sorry, its previous day low is at 273.70. And then Monday's low is at 272. For the swing targets, it's down here. 265 maybe. 264. This is what I want to see. For now, this is what I drew up this morning, right? And you guys saw this live, but these are the targets for now. First targets around here, maybe into EQ if you want to take some off, depending your time frame. Like if you're in 0 DTEs on any drop where you're over 100%, try to get risk-free. But the longer time frame swings, sure, I want to see those lows. And if you have 417, I cannot guarantee you will get there. But we do have CPI and PPI tomorrow and Friday. So off of those catalysts, assuming we are correct here and our bias is correct, I don't see why we shouldn't get those targets delivered. We'll see though. If I'm wrong and this shit moons, like I'm telling you guys right now, we got CPI and PPI. Pre-market, that's pre-market. Before you even do anything to your trades, we could be in the stratosphere and obviously those puts will be underwater. So just be mindful of that. Try to take some profits today, get risk-free if possible. That way you're not really sweating the results of that. But you should be getting paid on anything, I think, hopefully, except for gold. The first set from gold today is definitely still red. Yeah, definitely still red, but that is green. So T-Mobile 285% here. If anyone took it yesterday. That was yesterday, right? When did we enter that? Let me check when my fill was. Bro, I have so many fucking trades from different days that I don't even, it's hard to keep up with shit. 4-8, yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, so the yesterday's trade from T-Mobile is up 300% here. 10%, I think you should be able to get over 100 on that Rosana easily, probably more. What strike did you get? Oh, 280, I see, cool. I would have preferred a higher strike myself, maybe like a 282, being honest with you, but that's fine. Should be okay. Not that I don't think the 280 will be in the money, but when you compare the cost on the 282 versus the 280, which I'll do for you right now, let's see what it is. One second. So the 282 is 390 at the bid. The 280 is 310 at the bid. So it's an $80 difference in price for a $200 potential profit difference. So in my opinion, I'd rather pay the extra 80 bucks to potentially maybe make an extra 200. So when you subtract the extra premium, you're only making 120 bucks more, but it's a higher quality trade because you'd be short from 282 versus 280. It's fine, like I said, not a big deal, but you do want to check out how much you're paying on the premium. The only reason I'll go further out the money is if the close in the money are like just ridiculously expensive, and the further out are just like way cheaper, like 50% off or something. But in this case, it's not much of a price difference where you're better off just paying the extra premium, in my opinion. But 280 is cool. So yeah, I have lower strikes for next week, just saying. But if you're adding or taking new trades, try to take them as close to the money as possible. Unless it doesn't make sense, but here it did, just saying. So look, just to let you guys know, we're like, oh fuck, pullbacks, cool, we're about to get paid the fuck out. Not really. Again, Apple's still in this box, so just wait. Let's see if they break down. If they break out, then we can say, all right, we're about to get paid out. But for now, not really. And we got our target here on Berkshire. So do they hold this wick low or do they bounce? But we got the target we wanted to see on Berkshire. I'm sure that was a 190%, not bad. And then LQD 230. I think those were greener earlier, I'm not sure. 230, Netflix 140, T-Mobile 290. Let's see what we get. What the? I just realized my charts aren't syncing, I think. They should be. Weird. Yeah, bro, and what happened? You folded. It's cause, gang, I give y'all the plays, and then y'all don't take them, and then it's like, ah, fuck. And it's like, bro, like, what do y'all gonna do, gang? I literally give you the recipe. Y'all can't fuck it up. It would have been 4x on that jit. 7x4, quick math, bro. That's over 2K, bro. What's that, 28? 2.8K, bro. You could have made with 700 bucks. Y'all be trolling in the chat too much. I'm gonna have to make a new chat. I'm gonna make a fucking random sidebar comment chat and a trading only comment chat. We be posting too many memes, bro. It's cool, but sometimes, you know, gotta be a little serious. At the end of the day, this shit is work. Yes, you can have fun with it. Yes, you can joke. Yes, you can draw dicks on charts. You can do whatever the fuck you want, bro. You can fuck around. You can still make money. But, you know, I try to be serious about my shit. At the end of the day, this is, you know, my craft, so we can have fun with it, you know, but at the end of the day, it's work, so just be mindful. Let's see if gold gives us the breakdown right here. Do I not have any? Oh yeah. I was like, how do I not have drawings on this? I do. So this is the original, I think we just covered this. Yeah, we did. This is the original write-up. Let's see if we get the breakdown here, hopefully. And again, we have nice targets on that. So let's see. And for those of you that trade gold, which I don't think many of you do, gold is one of those names where when it drives, like it just has those massive swings. Massive swing, massive, whoops. massive swing, massive swing, massive swing. So if the next leg to the downside is anything like the previous swings we just had, like maybe this one, so you see the depth of this. What if we do that right now? Gold just moves in big I don't want to say big increments because it's gradual, but when it does have its trends, it's big trends. It doesn't, you know, have small size moves. So gold is a really clean name to trade, but just make sure you got your bias correct, because today on the daily, for example, imagine you tried shorting at the lows. And I'm talking forex, I'm not talking about options, I'm talking forex. If you shorted at the lows in one candle, you just got annihilated. What they took 3 days to do, right, whole range of 211 points, they did half of that or more in 1 day. So food for thought. Anyone that was short forex, anyone that shorted late, either here, anywhere, if anyone had trailing stops, anything, everyone is out now out that trade. So reach of GP and lower, we can get really paid out on this. I'll put an alert here in case they trigger below. And look at the bounce on Apple. So again, within this range, you don't really want to be doing too much. I get it, we're short, we're sitting and hoping we get paid out more because we are starting to get paid out here. But if we don't get the breakdowns, it's not going to be too good. And definitely on a breakout, you want to be out of those trades. Wells Fargo, if we break below this zone, which is a pretty wide range, about $1.50 from 60 to 58.50, we'll see a potential drop back to the low from the other day, which is about 55, below 55.50. So it's about a $3 drop from here if they lose those lows. That's pretty sizable considering the price of the stock. And they have earnings on Friday. Wells Fargo, JPM, who else? Morgan Stanley, I think. Yeah, see? Sorry to hear that, William. If you're a fast, actionable trader, you can do really well, but it sucks when you're trading futures. And one thing I don't think you can do in futures, William, which correct me if I'm mistaken, because I'm not a futures trader myself. You cannot hedge positions, correct? Like let's say you got short at the highs and you want to go long at the lows this morning, per se. You can't do that, right? You can't have two opposing trades at the same time. Because on Forex you can, which is really neat. Let's say I have a 1 lot or a 3 lot or whatever sell from the highs on gold. At the lows, if you think, hey, this is a potential bounce spot, I can hedge the trades against each other, and helps you manage the trade, make decisions, scale in, scale out, take the profits from the buys, roll back into sells, stuff like that. So you might want to look into that. It's really neat if you're really green on trades and you want to hedge them. Not always the best case because it can be an issue, but if you're doing it correctly, it can definitely be a tool. Like I said, I don't think you can do that on futures. I think if you try to put a buy in, it'll just cancel out your sell. But on Forex, there are some brokers that let you hedge against your own positions. Not all, but some do. But yeah, sorry about that, bruh. But yeah, gold is cool on the options. A lot less dangerous than trading Forex. Because for example, if you're trading Forex or futures, on that move you just got stopped out or liquidated, versus on the options, sure, you're down, but you still have time and you can still get paid out. If you got liquidated, your money's gone, boy. You can't do shit about it. My bad, William. I'm not trying to joke. I know you just took a loss. I'm just trying to let people know how futures work. But yeah, HSY, what is that, bruh? I didn't tell you to sell too, gang. I said reduce your risk, but it is what it is, bro. You made money. Be happy. What is this, bro? I've never traded this. What is this, like bonds? Treasuries? What is that game? I'm not sure. It looks like bonds. If it's bonds, shit, go along TLT. If that's what you're asking me. Hershey's. You want some cocoa butter kisses? What was I looking up? I think I was looking up HYS. What was I looking up? I don't know what I was looking up. I don't know what you want to do with that, bro. Why would you trade that? IV's probably low on this. I'm not sure, but not for me, bro. What you trying to do? You trying to short this? Potential head and shoulders on the weekly. If we roll over below, we're already below, but technically the thesis is below these levels you can be in a short. Whoops. You would target down to 140, which is the lowest from February. Again, I don't know what IV is. I don't know why you'd want to be in this trade over other trades, but be careful because this is a midpoint. I really doubt we'll do this, but that is a potential. Currently at bro, I hope I'm not missing shit for covering a trade on fucking Hershey's. Yeah, 786 up here. Don't know, gang. I would not do that. I don't think we bet on that. If you want to bet, that's the trade in my opinion. I don't think it goes up. But again, I don't know what IV is, don't know what the cost is. Risk to reward doesn't seem super attractive. I don't know if you're trying to buy it for like a long term or some shit. I don't know. Not the best in my opinion though. Yeah, see, we got a fat ass bounce while I was covering Hershey's. That's crazy. And gold at the lows here. So potential bounce off these lows on gold versus a breakdown. Ain't no way. All of this while I was looking at Hershey, bro. You got me fucked up, bro. Not gonna lie. No, I'm just playing with you, bro. Let's see if we get the breakdown on gold here. That would be real cool for anyone short. But again, this is the area where they can potentially bounce. So, oh, that looks ugly. This potential, right? Versus the breakdown below. And currently harmonics are pointing up. So let's see what they do. This one is the one I'm scared of right here. If it actually gets out of that box, RIP. Earlier it threatened, didn't manage to do it. If it does it this time, definitely get out of those cells. You still mad you sold T-Mobile, Joshua? You not mad no more, huh? You just gotta accept it. It is what it is. Whatever you made, whatever you lost, whatever, like it is what it is, bro. Fuck it. Goes to 1 million, fuck it. Goes to 0, fuck it. Just you sold, you whatever, just accept the game. You can't change it. But look at on this pop, I doubt you'd still want to be short. Ramiro, DM me if you're in stuff. You've been asking questions and mentioning random tickers about stuff, so let me know if you've taken anything you need help with some. But just be mindful and selective with what you take, bro. And try to limit it to 3 names max. It's cool to diversify, but when you're a newer trader, it's hard to keep up with a lot of shit at once. So if you're trading like 5, 6 names at the same time, it's gonna be hard to manage everything if you really have to. Watch Apple here, threatening the breakout. If it manages to do it again, potential to get out of all those shorts. Gold was bouncing off those lows we discussed, so let's see. So right now, like I said, I'm just waiting until we don't get out of these ranges. I'm just wait to see what they decide to do. One thing I will say is Berkshire delivered its downside target. Can we go lower? Sure. But the intraday scalp target I mentioned getting out at was here, 486, which got delivered. So if you were short Berkshire and you didn't get out on those lows, unless market flips here, I'd consider getting out of that. McDonald's triggering under 298. What? Can she really do it, or is she teasing? So again, we discussed this level pre-market, and this is a chart and write-up you guys have had since up here when we initially loaded McDonald's. This is a potential path here, assuming it manages to deliver a breakdown below 298 today. We had already done it overnight Monday, came back, retested, now pushing lower. So again, if it breaks this is our next area of interest, and then below there 270s can trade. And that's a keyword if we get under and stay under 298 today. If not, I'd refrain from being short or holding onto the shorts maybe. Let's see what's going on here. So decent bounce on gold here so far. Still well off the highs. And like I said, the one I'm interested in is Apple. This is, everything is important, the price action, but this is the number one to watch here. If McDonald's breaks below 298, yes, very sweet. But as of right now, no trigger yet. So be careful with that. I'm assuming you've been short. So be mindful. Break below here, you're getting paid out more on those sells. And if we've managed to stay above and hold above, potential bullish takeover on the short term. So be aware. Small rejection. It's a point of control on Apple. Let's see if we can break down from here. I still have pretty high hopes for Netflix, assuming market does roll over from here. But we shall see. I might even consider holding that one into PPI and CPI. But I don't know about them. Nothing, just gold 0 DT. See, respectfully, bro, I've asked you several times not to take 0 DT, and you're taking 0 DT again. Like, what are you doing, bro? Y'all can do whatever you want, but then don't turn around and come ask me for advice, because I give you advice on a daily basis, and you choose to ignore it, and then it's like, oh, fuck, I need help now. It's like, oh, now you need help? Like, I told you what not to do when you did that. So I'm just telling y'all, like, I'm telling you not to take 0 DT, especially on a small port. I'm trying to help you build it. You keep taking 0 DT, one day a trade is not gonna hit. You guys are literally not sizing accordingly. You're gonna blow your port. You're gonna be upset. So I'm just telling you guys right now, stop taking 0 DTs. I told you guys plenty of times, load the swings. It's the best thing you can do. Why? Because I don't care how much we drop today. It's not gonna be much. I mean, it can be a lot. But why settle for a couple dollars today when you can load a swing that you know is going to hold you down for the entire today and next week, and you can make, you know, 2 times, 3 times the range, where you're not risking your money and you can potentially lose it in one day. So again, you guys want to keep taking low quality, cheap, you know, bad trades, go for it, bro. But that's not what I'm here for. So I'm just telling you right now, switch up your mentality, do better, be better. And it's gonna take you a long way. You keep doing the same shit, you know, just don't ask me for advice because you're not taking it. And I'm just telling you guys, like, genuinely, like, I've been trading for a cool minute. Y'all want to trade 0 DT with small size after you have, you know, your bigger port, your safer swings, shit, that's cool. Y'all ain't doing that. You're not loading the swings. You taking just 0 DTEs. So good luck with that. Netflix, nice little retracement here. Nice little rejection off that point of control on Apple. But again, like I said, pretty boring day until we don't get out of this box. Nothing to, you know, really do. Sure, we're short because we thought it would be a good entry, but that's assuming. I call those impulse entries because you're assuming something's gonna happen before it happens. Like I said, breakout above the zone, you should be out of your shorts. And if you were in anything like T-Mobile on this drop, you got paid out a decent amount. You should have taken some profits potentially. Berkshire got our low of the day, Wickfield that I mentioned at 486. So again, everything paid a decent amount. Even gold on the drop into these lows. If you're on the shorter time frames like the 0 DTEs, which I know some of you guys took, again, you got paid. So you should be green if you managed, and if not, be careful, potential breakout here. I'm still holding some, and like I said, if we break out above here, I'm gonna take off my sells. I'm hoping we roll over and put new lows, but everything's looking pretty bullish here. Look at Berkshire off those lows, T-Mobile off those lows, gold off that zone. So I don't know what everyone has, and I'm not about to go over everybody's ports. So just everyone manage your own shit. Know what you can hold, what you can't hold. And like I said, I hope you guys took some profits. Like Joshua, I know you took profits on T-Mobile. You were talking about how I should have held. I bet you those contracts are probably worth less now than from when you took your profits. So be grateful you got out. And if we put in new lows, great. Your runner is going to pay you more, but at least you're not losing money. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. Gotta make a phone call real quick. I'm watching the action here. Be careful. We break out above the highs on these names like I've been mentioning all day. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I know you have one, but it's risk free, which is great because you sold 2. If you wouldn't have sold those 2, you would not be risk free and you'd be losing money here. Well, not losing money, you'd still be green, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna go on mute. 1 second, guys. Alright, I'm back. I was muted. So it looks like Apple's gonna maybe go for the breakout here. And gold has put in new highs here, I think. Yeah, it looks like we're putting new highs here on gold. So probably might be a time to, yes, I was muted. I said I was gonna be on a phone call. This is probably gonna be time to exit those trades. I haven't gotten out myself. I might give them like 3 minutes or something in case we flip or don't break out on Apple. But I did take off a lot of risk on the lows. So if you did that, great. And if you didn't, at this point, you're probably regretting it. If you did not take off risk, you can maybe hold for a few minutes, but I would not give it more than maybe 15 minutes at this point if price continues to go against you. So what time is it? 8:21. Let's say by latest 8:45, if we have not gotten a flip and price continues going higher, I would definitely be out of those shorts. And those 15 minutes could cost you a lot. So let's say right now you're down or flat or green X amount. Holding those extra 15 minutes can cost you a big amount of premium. So it's your call if you want to just say, hey, fuck it, I'll just take the small loss here, the small win, the break even, whatever the case is on your port. Or fuck it, you know what, I've held it this entire day. We're still within the same range we've been trading the entire day. I'm just gonna hope that they don't break out and we get the breakdown. That's also a possible scenario. But like I said, if they do break out, you're gonna lose more money, a lot more, than if you just say, fuck it, I'll take the small loss here. So to each his own. I'm gonna continue to hold just because, like I said, still the same range, has not triggered. I'm still okay with the levels. That's currently where we are in the price action. So up to y'all what you want to do. But like I said, I'm just chill, sit on my shit a bit longer. Well, bro, you talking about long term and you have a trade for next week. Let me tell you, that is not long term. But if you talking long term, like 3 months out, definitely lower. So next week is not long term. If you're talking right now, right this second, the level to be under was 284, which we're clearly over. Unless they get back under that pretty soon, like I said, within the next 15 minutes or 8:45 or less, which is, you know, more than 15 minutes. And those 15 minutes can cost you guys a lot. 25th still isn't that much time. It's not terrible. Better than 14th. But still run the same risk that if we do break out higher from these levels, you're gonna lose a bit of premiums. You're cooling to hold, in my opinion, especially here. If you obviously like held to this point, selling here is a lot like you folded, you choked. So if you want to hold it a bit longer, go for it. But like I said, if by 8:45 latest we have not flipped and we're trying to push back down towards the lows, maybe just the best to get out of that trade. And again, before, like, fuck all the comments I just made, excuse my French, but we have CPI and PPI. Like, I cannot stress that enough. We can be good right now, and literally in one candle off of those news events, your whole profit or loss or whatever is gone. You know, we could tank 1,000,000 points theoretically. Obviously, gold isn't even 1,000,000, but theoretically we could tank on gold or we can moon. My bias, my levels, everything says lower, which is what I'm in and I'm hoping for. But again, we have those news events, which are major catalysts. So just be aware. I don't want anyone to come in tomorrow morning assuming, let's say, gold rips off the news and you guys are like, ah, fuck, well, you said and I thought, and now I'm like, okay, bro, I'm telling you guys right now, there is a full potential of this shit breaking out to all-time highs again or something. So be aware of that. And if you don't want to run that risk, then don't hold it for those news events. But at the same time, there's a possibility that on those news events, this shit will tank to those targets we're, looking at. So be careful. But I'm telling you guys the full risk, before it happens, so no one is caught by surprise tomorrow. Yeah, if you want to take it out today before the news, that's cool. To each his own. No, definitely going to impact, but which way? Will it benefit the puts or will it crush them? We don't know that. That's why, do you want to run the risk? You want to take the risk? You take the risk, you get paid out. You take the risk, you get finesse. Like, you don't know. That's why it's called taking a risk. So I'll leave that up to y'all to decide for yourself and your portfolio, but just please do size accordingly if you are going to take the risk. Smaller accounts, probably not the best idea, and if you do it, just use smaller size, which is kind of hard because if you know you don't have much, it's tricky. It's pre-market, bro, so you're kind of screwed. It's I think 5:15 or 5:30 a.m. tomorrow, so we're gonna get a reaction pre-market, meaning your options at the open are gonna be impacted, assuming we move. Gold testing top range here, so again, if we don't flip here soon, I'm taking these off. And anyone who was in 0DT and did not take off the fast trade into the lows, you're probably regretting it here. So if you have swings, not that bad. You still have time, you're chilling, hopefully retrace, go back to the lows, but if you're in 0DTs, you're probably down a bit here when you were green. So just telling you guys, if you don't know how to trade those 0DTs for those fast trades, don't even take them. Like Ramiro, I have not checked the chat. I don't know if you've said anything, but if I had to guess, you're probably down on your 0DTs, aren't you? Which again, you could have just put that capital into swings and not worry about losing whatever amount of money you put into that trade. You're out, cool. Out with the loss or out with the profit? I don't know if you took it off into the lows or when. Hopefully a profit, not a loss. If you can potentially roll some of those profits, assuming and hoping they're profits, here into the highs for the swings, not bad. But again, I don't think you should have been in those 0DTs from the jump. Down 120, yeah, see what I mean, bro? No need for that, no need. That's not low risk. I mean, I guess, bro, but it's still a loss. It was a bad loss. There's good losses and there's bad losses. There's good losses where, hey, levels were clean, I did what I had to do, I managed the trade, entered what I had to, it just, you know, levels didn't work. That's a good loss. Happens. Take the loss. A bad loss in this term, in my opinion, is you should have never been in 0DTs. I'm telling you, bro, take it slow. That's for once you get more advanced and you can take those fast trades. And again, I don't want to discourage anyone from doing anything. I'm not the type of person to be like, nah, you can't do that. Like, nah, bro, I encourage everybody to do, you know, to be better. Everyone's capable of doing anything. You want to be a fucking skater, go skate. You want to play ball, go play ball. Like, you work hard enough, you can do whatever the fuck you want, bro. But you just got to be realistic and say, hey, I can't do that yet. You know, I could kind of skate, but I'm not going to be like, yo, let me go hit this fucking big ass ramp and try to jump over some shit. Like, I can't do all that, bro. Like, fuck that. I ain't going to try that shit. You know, maybe I'll try jumping over a sidewalk or something. But, you know, you got to be realistic with your skills. Y'all over here new to trading, like, oh yeah, I'm a 360 windmill with dunk. It's like, nah, bro, chill. Like, take it step by step. Nice little rejection off these highs on gold. So if you re-entered, which I doubt anyone did, nice little move. But even on the first set, which I took here, hopefully we can still go green on that. But again, there's swings. This little spike I'm not too concerned with. If you're in 0DTEs, little moves like this definitely do affect you. And again, I said at the lows, consider getting out if you're in the fast trades. And if you didn't, you're probably regretting it here, or you did on the way up. And Apple's still within range, so interesting. We're getting a bearish harmonic here, downside targets. If we do this, and again, same comments, above this zone you want to be out. For now, they look like they want to trigger the sells on the 1 minute, assuming they respect the highs at 180.15. Above 180.1516, just went a little higher. Let's say above 180.25, 180.50. Again, the setup is invalidated, but for now, this is still a potential scenario. Small reds on Netflix, not too bad. Gold, let's see if we manage to break down from this 284.5 level. If anyone missed gold in the initial entry today, this might be your second opportunity, assuming we're gonna roll over here. If you're already short, this does not mean, if you shorted today, this does not mean add more here. Like, no, it's the same entry. Just about. So you only enter here if you have not taken gold at all. If you already took it today, you don't take it here. Apple moment of truth, now testing that 180.5. Like I said, above here, I'm out. Fuck it. Even if we break down and roll over after London close or whatever happens, it is what it is. I gotta respect my rules. Because if you don't respect the rules, like I said, above here, we can have a major squeeze, which I definitely don't want to be in. So fuck it. If I miss sells, I miss sells, but I'm gonna have to cut them if we get above here. Yo, Machiavelli, where you from, bro? Because I know you're using Eastern time, so I know you ain't from LA. Fuck, bro, I was looking shitting myself. Thank you. One tick higher than that, and I would have been out my shit. But gold, no rejection quite yet, so let's see if it manages to do that. And then Apple still has a long way down to go before I can get sales confirmation. Like I said in this box, don't do shit. Sure, we jumped the gun on trying to short the highs so we can profit this entire downside range. And by the time we actually do confirm on sales and break below the lows, we're already super green. Versus someone trying to breach, short on the breach, where you're barely, you know, entering here, break even, small loss, small win type of thing. We shorted up here theoretically, and you're already up a nice amount of percent. So sure, you're jumping the gun without confirmation, but you get much better entries, a little more risky, a little more aggressive, sure, in the short-term time frame. But once you do meet these targets and break below, assuming we do, at this point you have a lot lower risk at these levels, because someone who's barely entering here is, you know, break even, small red, small win, versus you're already super green or small win, and you can manage to get out of those trades faster for 100% win or something like that, take your risk off and keep holding, while this person at this point might only be up 30%, 50%, and you already got out over 100 or something. So yes, my trade style is a little risky, it's a little aggressive, impulsive, whatever you want to call it, but I do think it's it works, because like I said, the higher probability trade is a confirmation on the breach of the lows, but by then the trades are already up a decent amount. So I'd much rather take the riskier trade up here on a lower confirmation, lower probability, but by here you're already, you know, kind of green, versus on the breach of the lows. And then usually when I used to try this before as a newer trader, try to short the breach of the lows, and then we do this, and then fuck, I got, you know, you lost. Something like what we had on gold today. You tried shorting the breakdown of the lows today, you lost your money. If you wait for a push into the highs and short the highs, it's usually gonna work out a little better. Yeah, I see. I told you, Joshua. Earlier you were talking shit. Why'd I sell? I should have held. Whoop de whoop. And now you're like, fuck. My swing is break even. Yeah, that's why you took off the other ones. Got risk free. Now the swing, whatever happens, goes to zero. You do not lose money. You still profited. If it goes to $1 million, great. You made $1 million. So let's see what T-Mobile does from here. But at this point, you're risk free. So you're chilling. Up or down, don't matter. down, you get paid more. Up, you can consider getting out before it becomes a loss or something. But you're break even on an ad. Fuck it. You called out 282 at 70 though. Yes, I called out this. If you're talking to me, Luis, that I called it out, sure, I called out the 0 DT, but again, that's for the accounts that can be trading 0 DT. If you are on a smaller account, I'd much rather you don't take those. I also called out the swing. So you're telling me, oh, you called out the 0 DTE. Sure, I called out the 0 DTE, but I also called out the swing. So you guys are choosing to take 0 DTE over swings, and I'm advising you not to. But like I said, do whatever y'all want. Just, you know, like I said, he lost money today on 0 DT. Maybe wouldn't have been the case if he managed to hold swings, but y'all can do whatever you want. Oh shit, you switching to cash? That's tight, that's tight. Yeah, so you could do day trades, bro. You don't gotta worry about holding shit overnight. That's tight. Cool. I don't know why you hadn't done that before, not gonna lie, but for sure that's tight. Wells Fargo levels, I think it was 59. Excuse me, 58.50, 60 to 58.50. It's a pretty wide range for a stock like Wells Fargo, but I would not say we're confirming sells until below those levels. And all sell targets met here on Apple, by the way, on the fast time frames. I drew these up, but you guys saw them on the harmonics delivered here. Now to trigger more sells, we need to break below this stop at 178.13. If that happens, we'll probably get a repeat of this. But for now, just chill. And gold, I want to see respect these highs. Let's see. Who's in anything? Joshua, I know you got one left for T-Mobile. Who else is in something? I know a lot of y'all added gold. Are y'all still swinging? You holding? Did y'all get shaken out? Did you take profit? Everybody always gets quiet when shit goes red. Ask fucking questions, bro. If you're down, talk to me. Like, I don't want y'all just be like, oh shit, I'm down. Get scared, sell for a loss, don't know what to do. Like, if you're down on a trade, like, I'd rather y'all say, hey, I'm down this much, what should I do? How do I manage it? Than be quiet and embarrassed, or, you know, you don't really want to confront me or whatever. Like, I don't care, bro. Like, y'all down, I'm down too. The only difference is I'm managing shit. If you don't manage shit and stay quiet, that's a problem. But for real, a group of people this morning said you were in gold, so if you took it, you still in it, you need help with the trade, let me know. Gold, what cons are good? It depends. Santosh, I'm not sure who you are. You're new here, so I don't know what type of portfolio you have. You have any other trades? You a small account? You a bigger account? So that kind of changes the conversation. But theoretically, the thesis here is shorting here into this zone you see. We want to see it gap below 284 and stay 284. That would give us a better bias or confirmation on the sells. We would want to see a push down towards the 265 zone ideally, but our first target zone is going to be these weekly lows we just had. So up to you. Yeah, I know you're new here. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen you here, so I don't know how your trading experience and all that, but I definitely grab time if possible. Again, I don't know your portfolio. A lot of people have small accounts and they can't really afford you know, a lot of stuff. But if money isn't an issue, grab a swing on it at the money if possible, or below 280, 282, 284, whatever you like. But like I said, our first targets are going to be the weekly lows, maybe around like 277. What was it? So this was the original write-up. We shorted from up here. These are still super green. Got the breakdown, got our targets. We are currently here, and I'm saying if we break down below these levels, whoops, my bad. We broke down to here, right? We are currently here. I'm saying reject off of these highs, which was the original trade plan, and come back towards the previous day lows, which are around 273, 272, let's say. If we do manage to get this breakdown, great. But the next target, which we're aiming for, is this 265 zone over here, mimicking the move to the left that we had. And again, we've been short from up here, shared the original thesis. So this is where we are now. Looking to short back towards previous day lows, this side here. Consider taking some profits into this box if we get here. And then if you get risk free here and we break down, great. But that's the thesis in the trade on gold. So hopefully we respect these highs and break down. If we start breaking out above, probably want to get out of that. And then we wanted to see Apple respect these highs and break down, which is what we're getting right now. Nothing major though. Like I said this morning, until we don't get out of this zone on Apple, there is nothing to do in the market. We've been trading in the zone the entire day. So wait for the breakout where it invalidates ourselves up here, or wait for the breakdown, which confirms ourselves. Whoops. So that's what I'm waiting for, confirmations. We jumped the gun on the sells. Some are getting paid here, some are red on gold, but the thesis remains the same. And if anyone had swings from before, you should be really green. T-Mobile still super green, Berkshire still green, Netflix, McDonald's, you name it. Even now QD is super green, which I have not looked at. Yeah, super green. I shared 109 puts on this on Friday for about $1.30, $1.50, and that's to May and June. Those had a grip of time. Nice little rejection on gold here. So far so good. If anyone took that up here or was already short, let's see if we manage to get the breakdown. Nobody, you're new here, so I'm gonna let it slide for this one time, but I don't hedge. Respectfully, if you're hedging, you don't know what you're doing. When I talked about hedging on Forex, that's a different thing because you can get paid on both. It works a little differently when you're hedging against yourself via options by buying a naked call against a naked put. One is bound to lose. The only time I'll ever do something like that is when there is a massive divergence or an opportunity in price where you can load both sides. And I know for a fact at one side will pay at minimum 100% or more. Then it works out because one will lose, but you'll guarantee to get double the money on the other side. I'm not sure exactly. So you're hedging you're hedging a 417 with the 0 DT. Again, I get what you're doing. I just don't think it makes the most sense because that 0 DT is probably going to go for a loss. And any profit you do get from the 417, you already lost on the 0 DTE. So bottom line, you're going to end up losing majority of the time in my opinion, unless done correctly, which is not easy to do for a new trader. Like I said, if it's on a divergence or opportunity, different story. In this case, what you're trying to do, it's not going to work out for your favor, just being honest with you. Because what you lose on the 0 DT is what you're going to make on the 417, just being honest. So it's fine. You're trying to learn. I get what you're trying to do. Nice try. But I don't think it's going to work out, being honest with you. So in my opinion, if you have a solid buy, solid thesis and whatnot, solid levels, solid stop outs, you're much better off just stopping out at a hard level when your trade is invalidated versus throwing extra premium on a trade, try to protect it when you don't even know if it's gonna work. Just trust me, you're better off not trying to hedge like that. I don't think it'll work out in the long run, or I'm pretty sure it won't, just based off of my experience. I get what you're doing. I tell you, like, nice thinking. I see the thought process, but in reality, it doesn't really work out quite like that. You're betting against yourself. So which is it? Are we going down? We going up? You can't have both bets at the same time unless the numbers make sense, which in this case, I don't think they do. So my bad to put you on the spot, but you know, hopefully you can learn from it or others could. And if it does work out, the hedge, you know, good shit, bro. Hopefully that's cool. But I'm telling you, I don't think it will, because that expires today. I'm pretty sure you're probably already down a little bit on your 0 DTE call, and you're up a little bit or got a little bit of premium back on your puts, but it doesn't probably outweigh what you just lost on the calls, or does it? And this was a sales target on gold, so we want to see what happens here. Do we manage to bounce from here, or are we gonna put in new lows? If they put in new lows, great. If they do bounce from here, then fuck it. Maybe your 0DT calls will pay you. And I'm not trying to say nobody is ever wrong. No one's wrong. You can be right on one time frame. I could be right on another time frame. Everyone can make money. You can make money on the sells, and I make money on the buys. Like all ideas are valid. You know, I'm never gonna be like, oh, that was stupid. Like, no, bro. No one no. Like, everyone has good ideas. You just have to be realistic. Like, what is the probability of success of this idea working versus this idea? So even you guys like, shit, that's cool. I'd love for y'all to share ideas. Like, hey, I took this, I took that. What do you think about this? Like, oh shit, that's a nice trade. Like, and then I might take it myself. But bottom line, I just want all of y'all to learn. The cool part about having several different people in here is you guys can learn from each other. Like, someone might not be taking that hedge that nobody took, but now you're like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't try that one day, or maybe I should, or whatever. So we all learn off each other's mistakes. We all make mistakes, even myself. So don't fucking be shy to share shit. Like, everybody loses, bro, even me. I'm telling y'all, I'm down on gold. Fuck yeah, I'm still holding. I still like the levels, but I'm down. It's not like I'm like, nah. Like, yeah, I'm down. Okay, let me buy some more for less. And if levels are invalidated, then sure, I'll eat the loss. But for now, I still think we can make money on that. Let me check. What is that? What the fuck? Oh, for 417. I thought you bought it for today. I was like, what are you doing, bro? Nah, that's too low. If you want to buy a lotto swing, I'm cool with it. But one of two things: grab more time, same strike, or either 260 or 265 with more time, or grab the same one but up the strike, because that's a little far out. Not gonna lie. Can it pay? Maybe, but not the best odds on that. Look at that bounce on Apple off those lows. Still in this range, not doing much myself. Let's see what develops here. My bad, I was muted. Supposedly positive China news, I doubt it. Like I said, and as long as we're within this range, I'm not doing nothing. Wait for potential breakdown. Santosh M. Like I said, you new here. Where you coming from? Not like that. I'm not trying to bang on you, bro. Where you from? No, I'm just playing. But you from IG, Twitter? You homie of a homie? How you tapping in? I don't let just anybody into the Discord, that's why. But nah. I see your comments. You're still talking ICT comments and stuff. I think Ramiro, if you want to send a chart about that, send a chart. I'll take a look at it. But I think you're still referring to ICT comments, and I told you I don't do none of the fair value gap stuff and all that. What's paying me? Why is my shit going green? So let me know, Santosh. I don't mind letting you in. Just trying to know who you is. Bro, should I sell LQD? Is Pilo in here? Pilo, you still in LQD? I don't think anybody else took LQD. That shit was an easy ass trade. I put kind of size on it, so nice little win. I'm telling you, bro, when I saw those prices for May or June, shit, you can't even find weeklies for $100. They let you get swings for May and June for $100. I was like, oh yeah, I need that. Let you get which one? LQD? That shit was last week on Friday, bro. I don't think anyone took it. You could have literally loaded up racks on that shit and said, fuck it, I'm out till June. I'm going to enjoy my summer. Right now, you already been up 270%. So if you put a rack on that, you would have at least been up 2.7K type shit. And you still got till June. So the more we drop from here to June, you got that 109 to hold you down. I'm telling you, it was a clean ass trade. Super easy, straightforward, low IV, low cost. Mad time. Levels were clean, divergence, multiple confirmations. Let's see Apple here, bro. I'm telling you, if we put in a new high above here and finally break out, I think I'm gonna just call it a day here myself. Eat the loss across the board. Net green because of all the other swings I have. And the trades from yesterday, like the Netflix, that's still super green. Berkshire still super green. T-Mobile super green. So overall, I'm still green on the port. But again, I will probably just consider closing out here positive if we do break out, versus holding and hoping we roll over and potentially giving back a portion of my profits, if not all, and maybe even ending up red. No need for all that. So let's see what happens here. But breakout above, I'm getting out, calling it a day here. LQD maybe, bro, but I wouldn't buy it here, bro. I can't justify buying it here. The one trade y'all could take today, if you're not in it, other than my bad, I got a little too excited. I just like the trade. If y'all not in anything, and you're not in this is a scary trade, but it's nice. If you're not in anything, and you already took gold, like I said, best trade today in my opinion was gold. So if you already took the swing on that, cool, great. Another potential trade you can take is TLT calls. Let's see what they're going for. What can I buy? I'd have forgotten about this one. Checking the prices, trying to see if I could justify buying some. So a little pricey, but wait, those expired today. I thought that was Friday. Yeah, it's a little pricey, not gonna lie. I kind of like the levels. Do I really want to share this? Fuck it, let's share it. I mean, the trade's clean. Just again, be mindful of your size, your port, what other trades you're holding and whatnot. if you want to grab April 17 calls, you can. At the money isn't too bad. The 86.5 calls for next week are 190, and the 90s are about 60 bucks. But I will say a trade like this one, you're probably better off trying to grab a little more time. Something it's obviously going to cost you, but you're maybe better off getting something for May. The 90s are 150, and the 87s are 270. So you're probably better off paying the extra $100 and getting the 87 calls over the 90s. Just because for an extra $100 you can make 300, just seems like a reasonable deal. That's probably what I'd try to do. 87 calls for May at 270-ish, not bad. And again, if you want to grab shorter time frame, you can do that as well, but I just think it's a lot more sensible, reasonable, and feasible to grab those swings. Sure, you're gonna pay more money, but it just makes more sense spending the extra couple $100 and getting a swing till May versus spending 100 for something that expires next week. Your call, but that's probably what I do. Yeah, the monies for next week are almost $200. Just spend the extra 100 and get May. That's what I do. But that's a clean trade if anyone isn't in anything. TLT longs, 90 calls or 87 calls out to May. Or if you want to play the aggressive shorter time frame, be my guest. But I prefer swinging May on this one. And Apple rejected the highs, so kasut. What's gold doing? Gold, no new highs. Let's see if we manage to break below this level that we just put in. But so far so good, I guess. McDonald's trying to push under 298. Breakdown on McDonald's, breakdown on Netflix, or trying to break down on Netflix. T-Mobile sitting flat. Hopefully we get back under 240.5. And UNH, why do I have UNH on my screen? I'm not even gonna trade this shit. Little flag here. Want to see what happens, but I think they're gonna come down. Yeah, I'm probably get this off my screen. I'm not even gonna trade it. Let's get something else on here. What do I have? Nice little breakdowns across the board. Nobody answered earlier when I said who was in gold, who's not in, which y'all in. So again, if y'all took the loss or you're in something, need help managing, talk to me. If y'all straight, for sure. I'm still hoping we get the breakdown. Y'all know I'm short gold too. I need that move too. All the emotions y'all be feeling, I'll be feeling them too. So hopefully we break down. Apple so far so good, but again, until we don't get below and break out of this box, not really too happy with the price action. If we lose it, fuck it, we coolin'. But right now, like I'm telling you guys, sure, everything looks a little better than it did 5-10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, whatever, but just we're still in the same box. So all right, y'all still in, cool. Did anyone add higher, or y'all held your same sets? Did you not go to grit red? You're doing okay, or y'all still green? I doubt y'all green. Fuck no, y'all are not green here, especially nobody, because I know you added late. Daniel, you probably just gave up a grip of profits, but you're probably still green. So I don't know if y'all added or not. Look at that push. What's Baba doing? Did Baba get back above 100? Nope, it's under it. That would be nasty. I'm not gonna do it, but yikes. Little long on Baba. Looks attractive. Yeah, see, gave up mad profit. Makes sense, obviously, but that's why y'all gotta consider taking profit at some point. Y'all be like, oh shit, I'm up 1,000%. I'm gonna keep holding, and then it gives up some profits back, and you're like, fuck. It's like, bro, you had 1,000%. And I'm not saying you. I know you weren't up 1,000, but I'm just giving an example. Like, at what number are y'all gonna settle? You gotta have a number in mind where you're like, fuck it, I'll settle for this much. Gotta be realistic. You don't buy something and be like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna sell it for $1 million. Like, nah, bro, set some realistic prices and hopefully you get your sales in. Think about it like a sales job. But, you know, as a salesperson, a lot of people, or not a lot, but I know a few of y'all be sneakerheads in here. You sell sneakers, so you know how it works. Yeah, you can say your ticket a little higher than market. You might have to wait to get your fills. Sometimes price market drops, you don't get your fills. You want to get the fast orders, set lower prices, etc. But you can't get a sneaker and be like, yo, I'm gonna sell it 2 times above market. Like, you got to be realistic. Set prices within reasonable ranges in the market. What's the highest it's sold at? What's the lowest? How much volume is there? How many pairs came out, etc. So be realistic. If you up 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, and you still like, ah, fuck it, I'm gonna hold, and you have not sold shit, like, come on, bro, what are you doing? All right, cool. Y'all still in gold. And again, I'm sure y'all read, so I hope you potentially maybe managed, added if possible. If not, and you're still holding in the red, that's fine. But again, like, talk to me, bro. Let me know what's up with y'all if y'all need help with anything. My bad, I was on the call. So yeah, same comments. Apple remains my key indicator. Want to see if we break below that range, and then gold has also obviously been a key indicator. Hopefully we remain below these highs. Push lower, that would be great. But above here on gold or breakout on Apple is gonna potentially invalidate all, or if not majority of the sells, and I'd consider taking them all off. For now, I'm still sitting in them and hoping we roll over. So let's see what we get. We have how much time left? Ooh, we're about to get a fresh 3-hour candle too in 3 minutes. So fresh 3-hour candles in 3 minutes. We're about to get a massive liquidity injection into the market here. So good luck, y'all. Lock in your bets within the next 3 minutes. We're either gonna get the breakout, not like immediately, but it should start developing the breakout to the upside or the downside within the next 3 minutes. And you guys are like, what the fuck? What do you mean with the next 3 minutes? How do you know? What are you talking about? So 3-hour candle is going to close right now in 3 minutes. So we're going to get a new opening range, new opening 3-hour candle, new opening drive, new volume, new everything. Let's see. Wait, what? Was I not on the right? I might have been on the wrong time frame. My bad, y'all. I swear that I was in a 3. Yeah, I know that didn't make sense because it's not even on and close. All right, never mind. Ignore those comments, but regardless, I want to see a breakdown here versus breakout. I'm still in those shorts. Bro, what the? I swore I thought I was on a 192. What happened there? Was I on a 12 or some shit? Yeah, I don't know. My bad, ignore those comments. But yeah, you do want to watch when higher time frame candles open and close, which is your 3-hour. That's what I watch, 3-hour candles. So anytime you have a closure or open of a 3-hour candle, you want to watch. Main things to focus on on a candle as a trader is your open, your high, your low, and your close. You do not know where the high or the low will be, but you do know when the candle opens and when it closes. So at those key times, the open and the close, you want to assess price for potential future projections, which is where you get the high and the low. And again, these are guesses. You don't really know exactly, but you take your guess, you wait for the open or the high, and then you target those ranges. But again, this is not a 3-hour candle opening here. I don't know how I got confused, my bad. Nice bounce on Netflix. Low bounce on LQD. I'm debating taking more off, but then I'm just like, bro, they're deep in the money and I have till May and June. I already got risk free, but they're up probably another, I don't know, maybe 100% from where I got risk free. So I could take off another, you know, set of partials here for some nice returns. So test here at the bottom range on Apple. I am red on gold. Okay, I don't know when you got in or what you got. And again, I asked you earlier who you were, Santosh, and you never answered. So again, it's a little easier to help you if I know who you are, how you trade, what port you got, all that stuff. But I don't even know what you're in on gold. So if you want to give me some details on all of the above, I could help you out a little better. I'm not in Apple. I'm not sure who you're praying for on Apple because I don't think anybody's in on Apple, not that I know of. And you're saying gold swings look expensive. I don't know if you've looked at literally anything else because those are probably some of the cheapest contracts you'll find right now. Apple's been in the same box for the past, what time is this? 3 hours? Like, you're getting way too emotional talking about we're still in the same box. Shit. If we break out, then sure. Alright. But it's literally nothing going on right now. At least not for Apple. Same range. Oops. McDonald's, let's see if it manages to bounce off this low range 298 or we make another drive lower here, but McDonald's still looks clean. Berkshire coming up into the highs. I want to see what this one does as well. We already met the south side liquidity, so the south side targets have been met. Now hopefully we can roll over and go back to retest the lows from these highs, or they'll go for the breakout above 494, but pretty tight range, about $3 potential resistance up here. And then if we get above this, I'm out of Berkshire. But for now, I'm still okay with the trade. Whoops. guess that's fine. And then Apple also going into its top range. And then Joshua, if you're still here, or anyone in a similar position to Joshua, he's risk-free on T-Mobile. He does have a risk-free runner, or regardless of it being quote-unquote risk-free because you cannot lose money, you're still going to lose some premiums assuming we break out. Not telling you to take it off here, but at some point today, assuming bulls do take over, consider selling that last put for whatever premium it's worth, and then you can reassess and reconsider taking another trade tomorrow. You're okay to hold for now, but just saying, at some point if they do break out, you might want to just cut that one and keep the premium instead of letting it potentially expire for 0. Yes, I literally asked you a few times already, Santosh. 1, who are you? How'd you join me? Like, did you come from my Instagram? Did someone invite you here? Are you from Twitter? I don't know what size portfolio you're trading. Don't know any of your other trades. I know nothing about you. And I asked you what gold trade you're in. You also didn't answer that. So I have no clue how to help you. The truth. You have a small port, cool. That's straight. You can still make money with a small port. You for 17,280, alright, not bad. What time did you get in? What did you pay? What percentage of your port is it? And then where are you coming from? Berkshire testing top range here, Apple testing top range. So a lot of names squeezing into the uppermost extremities here. Even gold, which is the area where we're either going to reject here and put in those new lows, or this is the breakout happening here as we speak. And like I've been saying all day, if the breakout does take place, don't be short. So if it actually happens here, be ready to take action. If you guys think you're just going to sit and wait the entire day or days or for whatever amount of time, and not manage those puts, assuming we break out here, good luck with that. Nice bounce on LQD as well. Apple about to trigger here, top range, 1 cent over, and it's about to trigger, so. T-Mobile also bouncing off those lows. Berkshire about to get above resistance too, so just about everything's triggering here. We're trying to, at least. Test here, let's see what develops. But again, closures above these levels, that's going to be your sign to exit. They're going to go for that breakout, and there's no reason for y'all to sit on puts. Depending when you entered, how you manage, overall you should still be green. If you're late, if you got in late on those sells, then you probably are a little red right here. But I'd much rather have a small red than a big loss. So let's see what develops here. But again, don't sit on shit if we do break out. My bad, I was muted. um, Let me know if you follow me. If you follow me, you've been following me for a minute. Maybe I'll let you in the room. Like Cashy in here if he here. He's been following me for a minute, interacting with my shit. So I know bro's cool. Let him in. Other than that, if you just like a new random follow or you like a bot account, not saying you a bot, but you know, if you don't really got much on your Twitter shit, keeping a book, probably not gonna let you in, bro. But if you've been following me, shoot me a DM. And if not, being honest with you, just keep showing up to the daily streams after you've been here for a minute. Maybe I'll be like, all right, fuck it, I'll let Santosh in. But for now, like I said, unless you've been rocking with me for a minute on Twitter, since that's where you see you coming from, probably not gonna let you in. You know, respectfully, you know, hope you understand, bro. It's a closed circle. Don't really let just random people in. But if it's 15% of your port, you hold in one con, I think you're doing okay. How much are you down on that? Oh, 3.4 from Atlanta. Oh shit, that's tight. What's good, bro? Let me see. You paid 3.4, it's 417, 280. You paid 3.4. So you're down over 15% on that. Not terrible. You're not down enough to the point where I'd say you'll add to that. But you're risking 15% of your port. If you really wanted to, for sure. If you want to show me a DM on Twitter, bro, I'll chop it up with you there, see what's up. But if you really wanted to, bro, this is a little risky, a little aggressive. I would not be against maybe grabbing one more of those. Just because you're only risking 15% of your port, 30% of your port is really aggressive. Don't know how you be trading. You're not able to DM. Say less. Just comment on any of my tweets. Comment on any of my tweets, and so I know who you are, and I'll DM you. But yeah, I would not be mad at you if you added one more. And again, this is aggressive. It's 30% of your port. I don't know your financial situation, you know, how much you can really afford to lose your port, how much money you got coming in, can you add more money, your work, bills, etc. So up to you. If you're okay with taking on a little bit extra risk and maybe buying one more, I think that would not be terrible. That can play out all right for you, and you have like, you know, your call. You don't have to, because it's not down much. You can wait in case they do go down more, then add it. But assuming we're gonna break down from here, I think maybe buying one more for maybe, I don't know, 15% off or whatever you're at right now isn't a terrible idea. Your call though. 20 bucks, yeah, not much. See, so it's not really like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy one more for a discount. Not really, you know, 20 buck discount ain't much. So if you want to just sit on it, just sit on it. But I think that trade does have potential. So let's see what's up. But we still need that breakdown. T-Mobile pushing higher here, obviously. So if you took those contracts off at the lows, which you did, Joshua, I'm sure you're glad. If you would have never taken those off, you would have given up a lot of profits. Probably still green, but a lot of profits. So that's why I told you at the lows, yo, if you have not managed, manage. And the problem is a lot of y'all don't follow along or actually do what I tell y'all to do. And then right now you're like, ah, shit, T-Mobile is down or up or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, if you took profits down here and you have a runner, you're not really tripping. If you never took profits and this shit runs against you, you gave up a grip premium, now you're like, ah, fuck. So just make sure you're doing what you got to be doing at the right times, whether it's entries, exits, trims, whatever. If you do everything, you'll be straight. If you're not doing everything and only choosing what to follow, shit's not gonna work out. You gotta follow the recipe from start to finish. You don't in the middle of the recipe say, I'm gonna switch this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Like, you already switched it up. It's not the same shit you cooking, bro. So don't be surprised if you don't get the same outcome if you're not doing everything. Like Joshua, I don't know if you hear, but I guarantee you're happy you trimmed those. When you probably trimmed maybe here, and then we had a smaller drop, and you're like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have sold. Now we're way up here, so you're like, oh shit, good thing I sold. So just be mindful of your emotions and where you're at in the charts. Comment on a post for sure. I'll check it out right now, bro. I'll DM you. I don't know why that Twitter be doing that shit. It acts like it acts like I'm verified, so you can't DM me unless you're verified. But it's stupid because I'm not even verified. But whatever. I got the blue check once, and I was like, yeah, bro, fuck all that. I ain't paying for a check. They pay me for a check, say less. But it's like, bro, you gotta pay to have a check. That shit don't make sense. Gold little pullback right here, so fuck it. Progress, I guess. Oh, more progress. Yeah, fuck gold. I ain't mad because I got a good ass price today. If we do drop to the lows, ooh, I'm loaded. Drowning in the money. But other than that, fuck gold. Look at that range though. Sheesh. Fat ass range. Need that. Disgusting. What the fuck? What time frame do I have this on? No way that's real. That's not real. What the fuck is this? Well, 241 is a low. I was like, bro, what is this shit talking about? Danger. These are my targets. Imagine we could trigger this. That would be mean. If this shit happens, I'm gonna go by myself. Fat ass gold chain. I'm just playing. But yeah, that'd be a nasty drop if this does trigger. See, I'm trying to set y'all up for 260, 277. We might even get blessed with 240s. That would be nasty. I don't need all that shit. Let me get 270, 260, I'm happy. But if you want to give me 240, shit. And by the way, we're not getting that by 417. If y'all want those targets, y'all gotta pay more time. So loading up right now at 285 for those 240 targets with time does not sound bad if you got the capital for it. Oops. Point of control being tested here on Apple, rejected off the top zone. One more push above into the highs. They're doing the breakout, or they're gonna break down below point of control. Let's see. Berkshire at the highs, above resistance. So things getting interesting here. But hopefully you guys are doing okay. If you took profits at the lows, you're chilling. If you didn't and need help, let me know. But again, y'all should have been took profits. Not on gold. I know gold hasn't really dropped much other than here on the 0 DTEs. Church for a couple hours this Sunday. For the 240s, I wouldn't buy 240 puts themselves. I'd maybe try to load the 265s. Let's see if I can find something I like on the chain. Hold up. I'm thinking May though, at least May. June might be better, but let me see which premium makes more sense. So 280s for May 16th. They're trading around 600 bucks. Not too bad. Assuming we could drop 40 bucks, you'd make, or even 20 bucks. Let's say we drop 20 bucks back to the previous daily lows. That's 20 bucks in the money. So you'd be up 2K on that contract. You're paying 600 bucks up front, so that's a 1.4, 1.5K profit per contract out to May. That's not too bad in my opinion. And then if you wanted to go lower for like a 265, 270, you can, but I don't think it makes much sense just because of the pricing. If you're gonna go lower, like if you're gonna go lower, you can try a spread. I don't know if you guys, the newer traders probably have not traded this. I don't know if you have, Rosanna, maybe you have, probably have. But if you want to do a debit spread, not a credit. If you want to do a debit spread, you can make maybe a decent return on that. Only thing I don't like is that the returns are capped. So maybe you're better off just buying straight naked puts. But I do think the spreads might be able to pay at least 5x. But your call. Yeah, maybe May. May's not too bad. Let me check June. Yeah, June's a little too pricey. I don't think it's worth it. You're probably better off just sticking with May. May should hold you down, May 16. Maybe like 280 puts for 565, 580, not too bad. If you want to go lower, you can. But I just think you're better off sticking as close as you can at the money. And if you want to do a couple of debit spreads, you can do that too. If you haven't done them, maybe don't do it. If you are going to do it, the thesis would be, again, don't do this. If you haven't, probably not the best idea. But for example, the 266 put, we're saying the target might be 265, right? Which again, we have no clue if it'll get there, but let's pretend it does. The 265 put and the 266 put have about a 10-cent price difference, maybe less, right? So the thesis would be you sell theoretically the 265 and you buy the 266. So net debit, you're only paying the price difference. So let's say one is 200, the other one's 190. Your out-of-pocket cost is gonna be $10, literally $10, 0.10 per spread. and your maximum potential win would be $1, which is the difference between the two contracts. So maximum potential win would be kind of 10x, not really, because you're paying $10 up front, and the most you can make is 90 on top. So it's not that bad. Decent RR can pay, but again, if you've never traded a debit spread, maybe not the best idea. If you want to do it in a small size, I guess, just to try it, you could do like 1 or 2, or put $100 on it, something like that, just to try how a debit spread works. But again, probably not the best idea if you haven't done it before. Hope you got my comment, bro. Can you DM me? Yeah, I'll DM you right now, bro. You're back. What are you sad about, Joshua? You sold at the lows. You should be happy. Your runner is down, sure, but at least you fucking got out when you were supposed to. I mean, you were followed by a few people. Not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna let you in respectfully just because your shit look like a burner. So if you got a main account, let me know. But I'm not gonna let you in. I'm talking to Santosh or whatever. That account's a burner account. You're followed by some other people that I follow. But let me know, cause I don't know. Not gonna let it burner and keeping it a buck. Hold pushing higher here. Let's see if we get a flip. And right here, coming into London close, if we don't get some major selling pressure, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it a day myself. Like I said, I don't want to see a breakout. Much rather take off some of my puts here while they're still doing well, rather than continue holding and potentially going break even or even right across the board. So let's see what happens here. But I don't plan on holding too much longer, assuming obviously stuff breaks out higher. Gonna be on mute for 1 minute. I'll be right back, guys, but keep watching the levels and let me know if you heard that, Santosh. But yeah, maybe in the future, bro. But like I said, that's a burner account. You got another account or something, let me know. And if that's all you got, then I'm probably just refrain for now. Yeah, my bad. I'm muted, y'all. I'm trying to eat real quick. Made myself a little snack. Haven't. Yeah, I was muted. Watching action here. Apple below the levels in range. We wanted to see it below gold. Nice little pullback. I'm muted. Watching the action. If anything major happens, I'll mute myself. But for now, I'm just watching here. If you guys got questions, let me know. But yeah, I'm gonna be muted for a few minutes. Yo, I'm back. So what I tell y'all, if Apple got above this box, we were triggering a breakout. There's a breakout, massive move on Apple. If you took profits earlier across the board on your puts, you're chilling. If you did not take profits and get risk-free, you're probably regretting it here. But look at that breakout. Literally discussed this morning. Above this line, we're getting the breakout. We got the breakout right here. So if you took the long, congrats. And if you did not manage your shorts, unfortunately, that's why you get risk-free. Still sucks if you're risk-free because you're giving up a lot of premium. So I just got back. I had not looked at any of this till right now. I'm looking at my port. So a lot of the premium, unfortunately, I gave away. Good thing is gold is coming down here. So a lot of the swings that I put on today on gold, shorter dated trades, etc., are paying here on gold. But yeah, if you did not take profits on these, you're down now. Potentially you can consider reshorting any of these into the highs if you want, but I'm not trying that right here. Fuck no. Massive breakout. If you're green on GLD shorter time frame, you might want to consider taking some profits down here at the lows in case this name rallies like these, right? So imagine gold does something like Apple just did. Definitely not good, right, for the shorts. So if you're trying to salvage the gold trade while you still can, possible. And again, if you did not get out of majority of these swings, you're probably down a bit. So there's that massive breakout. Should have loaded some lottos. Fuck it. I didn't even check what they were at. But fuck it. Not a terrible short here. Probably not gonna add myself. I'm gonna hold my free risk-free runners. But anyone not in any trades, not a terrible add here. Or a starter position. But keep in mind we have news tomorrow morning, so. Alright, watch them go back to the lows. That would be disgusting. Let's see, what can we take? Netflix premium's down a bit. Actually, no, still kind of expensive. Wait, did anyone take TLT? The TLT I said this morning? I just noticed that's really green. So I said this morning to get long TLT. Anyone take it? But TLT's pretty green here. I kid you not, I saw the covered call on Apple 1 3 minutes after price ups. Wow, that sucks for some outsider here. But yeah, I would have not sold covered calls up here, maybe at these highs, but before at these lows, yeah, not the best idea. Got one TLT. Yeah, TLT for me is up 200%. I don't know what you got, but my weeklies are up 200%, which is pretty crazy. And if the way shit works is TLT goes up when the market goes down. So that's weird that TLT popped here and so did the market. Let's see what happens. If the market comes down a bit from here, TLT is probably going to continue higher. You did it at 182? Yeah, sheesh. I would have waited. But, I mean, it is what it is. I regret not trying to take calls. I mentioned it. I never even looked at the chain, being honest with you guys. But the breakout potential was there. Ooh, I might have missed that. I was not paying attention on gold. Below 282 gets interesting on gold. And the gold trades I mentioned were obviously down. Right now they're not doing too bad. So if we start breaching levels here on gold, those swings are going to do really well. And obviously we have time. It doesn't have to happen right this second, but it would be nice to see a breach here. Then as for the rest of the names, Whoops, what did I do? Don't know what I did. As for the rest of the names, I want to see pullbacks across the board. We could be right back at the lows we were trading at relatively fast. Look at how fast it's happened. The move down can happen just as fast. New lows on gold here, so we're starting to get paid. Well, sorry. Maybe not everyone, depending where you took it, but should be maybe green here on gold. Testing these lows. This was the target from this morning, which we never got. So we're getting our targets delivered here. This is a test. We want to see if we get below this level or we potentially bounce from here. With greens, the only trade I issued today, and I said, hey, this is the only trade that I like, this is the only trade I would put on today, is probably one of the few things green here. Look at everything else in the sky. So all these puts got jugged. The puts I issued on GLD should be green here. And again, take profits maybe at these lows. We can bounce from here. So if you're in a faster, shorter time frame trade, you want to realize some profits. Like if you were in a 0 DTE or whatever that was down, you could probably get out here green, small loss or break even, some shit. What was the high on these? Yeah, so this is a test here on gold. If gold doesn't give up 282, nothing major, we can bounce off these levels under 282. I really like that gold swing we put on today. Let's see. Keep in mind we have news pre-market tomorrow, but still under 282, I like it to hold overnight. And if we start bouncing from here, it's still really risky overnight. But under 282, I like it a lot better. Sheesh. He's not sinking, that's weird. Alright, so again, level to watch on gold. If it breaks above here, probably just completely take off. Depending your swing, your risk appetite, what you're in. If you're in anything shorter dated, consider taking it off if you don't get under 282, stay under here. And as for the swings, your call. But like I said, anything is possible on overnight and on news. I myself like to trade under 282 even if it's overnight risk. If we're above, I'm not the biggest fan of the risk. You have a lower probability of success to continue heading lower, but let's see. And by the way, I'm gonna head out soon, guys. I'm gonna hold this trade and sit here maybe, what time is it, 10:35. I'll try to be here like another 15 minutes or so, see if we get the breakdown below this level, and I'll continue to hold shorter risk, and if not, I'm just call it. By the way, I did have 0 DTEs, I had 284s, which right here is starting to pay really well. But again, I want to see a breakdown and stay below 282. If that happens, great. If not, I'm gonna start taking off shorter dated risk, maybe even some swings. As for all of these other names or just anything in general, if you did not have any shorts, you want to try shorting this pop for a potential move lower, that's okay with small size. And again, assuming you don't have other puts or other trades already. It is a buy the dip on gold, by the way, so if we don't break down, this shit's going higher. Hopefully we can trigger lower. You don't see any sales volume, like right now or at all? And where are you checking? So let's see here. And again, oops. If you get the breakout and bounce from this level, you might just want to take off any shorter dated risk. Not worth it, especially with the news. If you're like, fuck it, dude, I'm gonna just do it, that's up to you. Not something I do, especially not with size. I'm gonna get rid of this just because it's just distracting. It's in the way. But yeah, we want to see the breakdown from here. Ooh, new lows. Let's get it. Did you add Daniel or not? Or you just have that same swing? And that's fine if there's not too many sales on it. Your trading strikes. Oh, actually no, 85 did trade. I'll check right now, fam. But you're fine. I'm not sure what your concern is. Like trying to sell, you'll be okay. It's the same one, just one con that I sent. Yeah, I know you have that one, but my point is you didn't add anything today on the pop. If you didn't, all good. But yeah, just sit on it if you want. You're chilling, bro. But again, we need closures today, right now, and today below 282. If that happens, fuck it. You want to sit on it a bit longer, go for it. But again, it should have been potentially the right thing to do yesterday. The big profits you had, hey, fuck it. This is a huge profit. Maybe I should be happy and take it. You take it, and then today that gold's up way higher. You're like, oh shit, I'm glad I took it. Let me buy it for half off. So that's the mentality you gotta start having, because you wouldn't be in this position if you would have booked yesterday. I get it, you only had one contract, you decided to hold, fuck it. If you would have had two, you at least get risk free. But if you can't get risk free, I would just take the win, whether it's $1 million or 10 bucks or 100, whatever. Better safe than sorry. Risk free, different story. But yeah, you're chilling. Again, we need levels below 282. If that happens, great. If not, and you want to get out, again, to each his own, but not a terrible idea. Let's see. You guys want to focus gold for a bit, or what's everyone else trading? Oh, I'm pretty sure you guys have different stuff, but let's see gold here back above 280, 280. Probably not the best. So above this level, maybe get out of any short term if you still have any. Short term would be 0DTs or weeklies for gold. Even next week, be considerate of a breakout back to the highs. So you're better off managing here at the lows than waiting for it to get back to the highs and deciding to sell. Running back to my alright today. Yeah, but you see why it was good to get risk-free, Joshua? If you would have not done that, you would have been sad as fuck right now. Instead, you just gave back a little bit of profits, but you still green, or you should be at least if you did it right. Top of the range here. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Assuming we do trigger up or down, where are our next potential targets? So 287. Yeah, it's about $1 higher from where we were at. 287.50 is potential target if we break above this top zone, and if we break below bottom zone, we can head towards 278.57. So about $4 lower. So plus or minus $4 from here on gold. I am obviously on the downside, but we need to break below. Break below, we're getting $4 downside. Break above, we're getting $4 upside. So that's what's at risk right now on gold. So again, if you're on a shorter time frame trade for gold and you want to manage into these lows, go for it. Right here, we're waiting for the battle to resolve itself, but you can either do this back to the upside or back down to 278. 278 versus 286 in play here. Who was in here earlier? Was it nobody? Nobody? You still in here? And on that hedge with the 0DT gold long. If you wanted to hedge on what do you call it? Like on damn, I'm blanking out. What's the word? Like on divergence trade, I guess, crosspair, you could have done it long on Apple or SPY versus your gold shorts. That would have worked because you're not hedging on the same asset. And we're getting a small breakout here on gold above 280, 280. So let's see if we manage to stay below. Closures above 280, 280. Again, any short-term time frame trades on gold, you might want to take it off. And we could be at take profit by tomorrow morning after news, just saying. So if you guys take your swings off here, and tomorrow we're at the lows, you know, it is what it is. Just be mindful. Yeah, because if you hedge against the same thing, it doesn't make sense because you're betting against yourself. But if you take a long on something like Apple, which I said was, you know, potentially this was possible, that's fine. But if you're betting on the same asset against itself, that doesn't really make sense. So that's something I do, and I've talked about it before. Like, hey, take a short on this one, take a long on this one, and I think I discussed it this morning. I'm not sure if I did. I'll rewatch the recording later and I'll see. But I think I discussed it. I'm pretty sure that SPY was at the lows, and that can come up to retest the area where I think I was comparing it to. I forgot what stock honestly, but I mentioned it this morning. Potential buy on SPY. And look, there's gold getting closures above 280, 280. So again, if you're on anything shorter time frame, or just want to say, hey, fuck it, you know what, my swings were red, there's slight greens here, I'm gonna just call it. You can do that too. Once you outperform the other, yeah, I get it. That's what I'm saying. It's not a terrible idea, just not the best execution. So if you would have asked me this morning, hey, what if I want to hedge my gold trade to the upside, I would have told you, you know, if you want to do it on SPY or Apple. And I didn't check contract prices myself. I just mentioned the possibility of a breakout on Apple, which there's no way that wouldn't have paid. I don't know what premiums were, but I'm pretty sure either SPY or Apple calls paid pretty well. And again, I never looked at them on chain myself, so would have been a nice hedge for myself. Just didn't bother to do it. The swings on gold in the meantime that I did at today didn't do bad. But I do want to see lower under 282 regardless. If not, I'm gonna just call it myself on that. We'll see. So I'll stick around to 11, 10 more minutes, fuck it. If by 11 we don't get a breakdown under 282, I'm gonna just call it for myself, end the stream, and probably just call my trades here. If you guys want to hold, you can. Just a lot of risk overnight into the news. I'm cool with it on smaller size. Me myself, I have a decent size, so if I do plan on holding, maybe I'll just take half off or something. Try to minimize the loss in case we do lose on that trade. Out of buying power. If you already sold and you're already out and done, then you're chilling. Or I'm not sure why you made that comment. Are you trying to get something, or you're in the swings, no? We mentioned like McDonald's this morning. We said we need to get under 298. Failed to get out under 298 right here, and like massive bounce. So again, if you took calls, I'm pretty sure you got paid on that. And if you shorted at when we mentioned potentially fading that, you're probably paid on that as well. At this point, I can't really tell you guys which way we're gonna go, but I do want to see gold break back under 282. And then we'll see what happens there. Netflix looks like a decent short here. Pretty expensive contracts though. At a discount though, but still pretty expensive. We'll see. Gold. If you got out, fuck it, it is what it is. Green hopefully, or no? You were in the 417, right? That sucks, fam. Sorry to hear. I don't know if you got out green or not, but hopefully you did. And if not, hopefully it was in like a big loss because you said a bad order or something. If you want to do orders and stuff, Weeble's cool. They let you do conditional orders. Last time that I checked, I don't think Robinhood allows conditional orders. But yeah. Other brokers allow you to, like obviously the better ones, but I'm saying from the more basic brokers, Webull lets you do conditional. Robinhood doesn't. Nah, not better than Thinkorswim, definitely not. Only thing I will say, if you're on a smaller account, Webull doesn't charge you commissions. Thinkorswim does. If you're a more advanced trader, you know what you're doing, you're chilling, you don't really mind paying for the commission. It's a pretty nice broker software, to be honest with you. But if you're on a smaller account, you're like, fuck, you know, I don't really want to be paying those commissions, then yeah, go with Webull. Webull's cool too. You keep Robinhood, yeah. I'm not saying not to use it. I'm not the biggest fan of them, but they don't have the most features. And then gold again, still above that 280, 280, unless they manage to get back under that. I'm gonna just call it. Fuck it. Loki, this is the longest I've streamed ever. Wow, I took a break, not gonna lie. Probably while my shit's still going. I usually end the stream right there where I went on break. And then I'll fucking eat, do whatever I gotta do. But yeah, let's see what's up here. Probably gonna call it soon. Fuck all that, bro. I ain't trying to do no marathon. I'm trying to go out and do shit. I'll to pull up to Hello Kitty Cafe on some active shit. Nah, just fun. Bro, I need all my preems back. I might fuck around and say, hey, my runners already gave back majority of the preems. Might as well hold them overnight for news. See what's up. Oh, Wells Fargo from zone to zone. Bottom zone said if we don't lose this, so lose this for the breakdown. Obviously bounce, not top zone. So reject that top zone again or break out. That was a nice move, $4. And gold holding that again. Super tight ranges up here. Oops, that's ugly. Everything's super tight. This is the number one thing I'm watching right now, bro. Want to see what develops here. What are you asking, bro? You saying you had a trade on AVGO? What's the trade? What are you in? Call, put, date, strike. How much are you up? When did you get in? All that. So I could try to help you, but I don't really know what you're talking about. Yo, well, I'm gonna see a DM, fam. Your DM. Oh, I think you barely DM me. Say this. I was about to be, bro, I don't have shit. But we're about to bust right now. No, I'm just playing. Let's see what's up. But let's see what you're talking about. All right, so you were down, and now you're break even about. Sure, it doubled overnight or doubled from yesterday or whatever. That means you were just down on it because you kind of break even here. So if you recall, if gold breaks down under 282, I probably would not be long anything, including these names here. Despite this massive rally, great, you missed the rally. Okay, this might be an area where you might potentially be able to short again. If gold bounces from this 282 and goes higher, different scenario. But if we break below, head lower, the rest of these names should come down as well. So your call. See, we're bouncing a little here. If you want to hold it, you might be fine, but it's going to be a market dependent trade. You have news into tomorrow. You might just want to take that off. There is a possibility we do this though with CPI or PPI. And we discussed this scenario on stream. I think we opened here, or we were trading here this morning or something. Or yesterday, not sure when I discussed this. I'm pretty sure this was today. Potential breakout, this breakdown. Now here we are. So your call, fam, but I feel like it'd be a lot nicer if you were up 100%, but you were down. Now you're break even off of the 100%. Just a different conversation. Up to you if you want to hold it. Not terrible, I guess. Especially if you only use it as a hedge to other shorts or something. If that's all you have, like I said, up to you. But anytime I'm down a lot on a trade and I go back green or break even, consider that a win. And again, whatever side you want, whether short or long, remember what we got. Pre-market, be mindful, be careful. We did this in about, why am I on a 13-minute candle? We did this in a matter of minutes, you know, about 15 minutes to the upside. You can probably do it to the downside in just about as fast, so be mindful. My bad, I'm trying to help somebody out real quick with their report. Keep watching gold here. Let's see what develops. A flush on gold here before the close would be really nice. I still sell here on gold. Closure below 282, please, and drive lower. That would be amazing. And then again, I'm helping someone get into some shorts that isn't already short in some of these names. So if anyone wants to take advantage of that yourself, you can do that as well. Premiums are way down. If you don't have the means to do it, don't force trades. But again, if you don't have anything on the books at all, this is a great entry for you. Bounces here on gold on the 1 minute off that 281.51. Let's see if we get under it, and then the rest of the market trying to roll over. McDonald's leading to the downside. T-Mobile gonna start here, or at least try to start. Netflix still at the highs. Netflix I really wanted to add to, but fuck all that. Maybe. Which ones are you getting? I don't have anything else. Netflix isn't bad, Rosana, but they're really expensive if I'm being honest with you. They can pay a lot though, like a lot. So if you don't have anything on the books, I'd consider maybe Berkshire, T-Mobile, or Netflix to the south side. But again, we have CPI and PPI overnight, not overnight, pre-market tomorrow. So unless you're willing to quote unquote gamble that money into tomorrow, don't consider adding too much size. You already have gold, I'm assuming. Anything else you add, it's gonna be pretty risky. I can do CFD, Netflix short. I guess you could if you really wanted to. Risky, because we're at the neckline of potential breakout back to the highest, but I guess you could. Maybe watch it here at 928. As long as we stay below 932.50, I'm okay with it. Any push above 932.50, 935, probably scratch that. But for now, from here to the downside, I'm cool with it. And then exit anything above here. Let's watch gold here trying to bounce off those levels. Rejection off the bottom of the zone. Let's see if we can drive lower or they push back up from here. Can we get new lows here on gold? Hopefully. Let's see if it dries. Trying to get filled here on some gold. Let's see if they do it. And then Netflix into those highs. So fade from here at that 932.50, or again exit or invalidate those sells. And then gold bouncing off that 281.50 again, so hopefully we can roll back under that. There goes T-Mobile. See if some orders could start to get filled here. I'm talking for gold, by the way. One new drive lower here, and I should get filled, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I'm not talking about swings. I have some 0 DTEs left. There it is, off my books. So again, despite having this huge ass pop in the market, sure, the runners lost a lot of premium. You trade shorting today didn't go too well, but anyone who took the main trade I issued, which was gold, is doing okay. The swings are doing okay. The 0 DTs, despite again everything that went on and everything else, the GLD 0 DTs are green. So call it a dub. Nice win on GLD. So is anyone still in gold? Everyone held it, or did anyone get scared? And I ain't mad if you got scared, shit. This is where we're currently at. On the levels, this is a potential downside. Obviously, we need to trigger below these levels, but so far not doing too bad on the swings. For sure. Like I said, be mindful of what we have overnight tomorrow pre-market. So if you like what you see on your screen, you want to take it off today before then, your call. Kind of gambling overnight, being honest with you. Not gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna catch it. Call y'all. Catch up tomorrow. See what's up. Gold ZODTs paid really well, especially if you're still holding. If you have any swings, you're getting paid as well. Closures above 282, 282.50 is not going to be a good sign for anyone short overnight or into tomorrow. But as long as we stay below these levels, fuck it. I guess I'm cool with the trade. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I sold it for like 20% on the drop. Was looking to re-entry, but the premiums don't look right. What are you talking about, on gold or on what? Yeah, not sure what you're talking about, but let me know if you guys need help with something, because I'm probably gonna call it here. And I'm telling you, usually I'll be done trading by 9 or 9:30 today. I just stood here for a bit longer, and we are starting to come down a bit across the board here. Let's see how far this drop can go. Yeah, I'll catch y'all. Again, if anyone is in gold or in any trade in general, be mindful. Manage your port before the close. I'm telling you, we can have massive moves pre-market, so unless you're prepared and ready to just stomach that big move, you're better off just securing whatever small wins, loss, break even, or anything. But alright, I'll catch y'all.